Kati, since that was practice, let us now be audible. Let's be articulate. And then remember, the voice comes from Mr. Musula Yaliat Kuba Bwati. The voice should come. Mami change. Kati tugenda kutegera whether abs jeziri. Kati, can we start afresh? Who wants the microphone? We need a bass. We need a. You can be together. Sarah.
Banange mudde wano
I'm so emotional.
I can see that.
It's and you people, let's sing. Edward escaped from assembly. Okay, let's start. Breathe in. No, don't like this. Breathe in. Out. Okay, let's start. I want to drink some water. 1, 2, 3, let's go.
What a moment to
Okay, 1, 2, 3, again.
What a moment to remember. This fellowship good and bright. Let us all sing together, praising most on high. Let's make one forever. All the pride to seek treasure, but what a joy beyond all measure to be known by words and only good words.
Mommy change. Where's the other microphone? MC. This is amazing.
This was good. Very, very good.
We have to disorganize the sitting arrangement.
No problem.
So what do we do?
We need a man on every table. Let's disorganize them. The men are not represented there. Banda bwazena yayagala kubeera ne kabito. No. Sebo. That's good.
Another thing, it's actually a national issue.
Okay.
In Parliament, remember, Sarah Opendi said polygamy should be, because the men are few and the women are many.
And it's represented
and the
here.
singles put up their hands. So I think we second Sarah Opendi's motion. Nedda baba
bali basatu nawe mbali ndoza oli MC
nedda
bali bana nze mbaze bana walwa wanise bwati.
Okay, so starting from Jackie, let's just say 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3.
Okay.
1 2 3. No.
1 2 3. 1. Say 1. 2. 3.
1 2. Yeah, so let all the ones go to one table, all the twos and all the threes.
Okay.
Yeah.
This being table 1,
Yeah, two.
Table 1, Grace.
Yes, table 1,
One.
2, table 3.
Eno 2, eno 3. Eno 1.
Ate teli kubba.
Abanda tali mu 1. Ono yabadde mu 3.
Mwe mwina chuka mmwe.
Obadde mu 3 sigalawo wali. Chia, nga badde bayimiridde together. Banda ali wano 1. Okisegeera.
But 2's wali. Those were number 2. That is 3. And then this is overflow in case we don't.
Tugenda kufuna abantu awo.
So kati.
Bana endabirawo ddala bwe mwali ku college. Lunkuse nga ayogera Eva. 1, 2. Goli mu 2 ndi mu 3. Kale 3. Bali mu 4. Tutugijewo tugize eno. Eba eri mu nsonda nnyo ya. Era Lunkuse abadde tayagala ku movinga. Yes.
Ate number 3.
Okay. Eye 3, eno ye 2, eno ye 1.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Kati number 3 nga tebaweze.
Number 3.
Kati. Okay, kati Eve. Mudda wano. Tubalansinge. Dawali.
Eve koma weno bambi.
Each table has 5, 5. We go up to 5.
Eve Dawano.
Okay, let's do.
So how many?
Let's start afresh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4.
No, 1.
No. We are going to do up to 5 because there are 5 tables.
Okay.
Okay. What do you think?
No, it's okay. Ajja kujja wano.
Kati mutuule.
It's okay.
So, Mwami Chinji.
Wanji nyabo.
We are going to go into introduction.
Yes.
So, please listen to instructions. We are
Clearly.
going to introduce ourselves.
Yes.
Mr. Chinji has a box here.
Okay.
You're going to pick an item from the box. Then you will introduce yourself based on that item.
Wonderful.
So you tell us your name. Then you will describe yourself or say something about yourself or your journey based on the item that you've picked from the box. And then you'll also tell us what good work you're known for now.
Beautiful.
Remember our motto, to be known by works.
And only good works. Okay. Onagambye nti yazaala. Pick an item. How did you know?
All items will go back to the box after. All items will go back to the box. So you're going to randomly pick an item from the box. You tell us your name. You'll describe yourself using the item you picked. And then you tell us what you're known for, what good works you're known for today.
So tusooke na bano ba I go round.
Ndoza bintu bijayitamu.
Bimala eh?
Bimala.
Nali kulondedde mirror naye kankuleke. Naawe olonze mirror.
Byatujja mu box bidda mu box.
Temubitwala ka.
Nedda.
Okay.
Ya mu box. I'm assuming everyone speaks Luganda, you people here. Do we all understand Luganda? Nedda, eh?
Ononyeza nnyo bagambye randomly. Just put your hand, get it out.
Randomly.
Nyinza okulondera randomly. Olaba. Kankulondere randomly.
We are just speaking randomly.
Kimala. Randomly. Teweteeka ku pressure, yes. Okay. Kavito, no. Bana tugenda biza mu box eh? Awo mago manyi rando. Ekyakabito tekibadde random at all.
Whatever we've got from the box goes back to the box. There has been a selection that hasn't been random, so give Kavito the box.
Kimutawaanya.
He can stay with the item.
Antomanyi kyagenda kwogera.
No, he can sell the item but add another one. Okay.
N'ekyo naye ha. Okay. Just speak
any item.
Any item, yes. Naffe tulonda.
Naffe tulonde.
Okay. Ekyo kibadde random butuufu gwe.
Kibadde random. Okay. So, ate Mr. Abraham.
Nze nange.
Okay.
So listen to the instructions. Damu instructions. Yes.
So we are going to say our names.
Okay, names. Zetumanyi zino katende tuzitegedde wano.
Kati
Okay.
Chebanasalawo.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
We shall introduce ourselves using this item.
The item you have in your hand.
Yes.
Maji owulidde?
Or say something about this item, anything.
You want an example?
And then also what we are known, what good works we are known for. If I start, I'll give them a template.
Bano bali ready? Mwe class, but class eri like yeno yali wayi. Yeno yellow Yeno yali yellow Okay, katandike ne blue. Tutandike ne ready. Okay, you're ready to go. What do you get day?
It's just simple things, whatever it is. Then, nali mpitiwa Jackie Bakanansa. Now, ndi mchala kulubya. Okay? I picked the ball. Alright? I'm a football fan. Manchester United is my team. Alright? Wadde ekikopo tetwakitutte ekya FA twafutte silver. It's okay. Yeah, ndi mu banking industry. I work for Bank of Africa. Ndi manager card operations, anything to do with Visa cards, merchants, whatever, name it. Ndi mu service industry. So I'm there for the last 18 years, I think. No, not in the bank, but in the banking industry. Yeah, that is all about me.
Banange Pastor Martin Sebuguzi. Pastor Martin. Nedda tewali musajja wali. We need you people, do you know the importance of proximity to a man? Do you know the importance? Just make sure you keep around. So Pastor Sebuguzi, we need you, but not too near Kabito. Side daddy. So either Becca, either Deno, or you swap. Yes, sister. Nedda experience. Pastor Tula wali. Then. Aha. Kati Pastor Sebuguzi osanze tweyanjula.
Okay. Kale.
Anti kati Pastor ze.
Kale, I'm winding up with the fact that I have two kids, a boy and a girl. Yeah, that's how I wind it up. Thank you.
And who's ready?
Hi everyone. My name is Edward Banda. I picked a clock. Well, I'll just say to me it's a symbol. Time, as you know, is an integral part of our lives. I think that it's also a reminder that, and the fact that we are today, it does fly quite a lot. So we need to enjoy every moment of it and share the love. So for me, that's basically what it means. I am an IT professional. I run an IT firm called Accusa Technology. We do business process automations. Process automations. We've been in existence now for 9 years. Before that, I was previously employed also in IT at the National Social Security Fund. Then I decided to jump into the private sector. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Just pass the mic to the next person.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Item here.
I thought I sequenced my speech. Okay. I'm called Victoria Nanozi, past CEO, area Uganda. Currently, I'm known for real estate. I do real estate business, a lot of brokerage, agency, anything to do with real estate. You can ask me. I can help you with whatever you'd want. I'm also in the cleaning business. We clean for health first. Anything to do with cleaning for offices, homes, schools, institutions, I am there. Okay, what I picked, these are baby wipes. They just reminded me of my those days when I still had a baby. I'm a mother of one. Yeah, thank you.
Hi everybody. Zenanda Hilda Nandaula. The other one is Mchara Katende. I'm in accounting. Currently, I'm out of the formal employment sector. I'm trying to do consulting and freelance. This is a sticker. I know you'll succeed because I know you. I'm actually one of those people who love encouraging people to make them get out their best. So I think this was a good choice, random but good. I love encouraging people and seeing the best in them and showing them where to go.
Majo is next.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
I'm so happy to be here. Marjorie Kasozi is my name. I'm also Mrs. Seruo. What do? I work for an NGO and we empower vulnerable girls, right? Yes, I also am an author and I encourage fathers to stick out. Yes, batata. Tubeta gamaka. We need you to stick out and be the light. Why did I choose this? Well, I didn't choose it for anything, but I love light because the Bible talks about the light. It says, I am the light of the world. And my personal mantra is that I am a city on a hill. I cannot be hidden. My light must shine. Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi everyone.
Hello.
It's me, Juko Sarah is my name. Zalwango. Yeah, occasionally vampita mchala Mbabazi. I prefer remaining Zarango. When you say Mbabazi, I get lost in location. Yeah, I take pride in my royal, heritage. Kakati. I am in the mental health service, Tapona. We work in the refugee settlements. Currently, I'm the country director. But for years, I've been known for the best finance manager you would have ever found anywhere. Yeah, so my key emphasis is on integrity and compliance. So Once in a while I do consultancy for some NGOs and a few private companies. Nalonze kana kamotoka. I don't know, I just picked it, but after looking at it, nemanya, you know, life takes us in places. It drives us all around. And it's quite significant to the fact that irrespective of where we go, they always say home is sweet home is everything. So that means tusomye, tukoze bichi, tukoze binji, tugenze everywhere. But the emphasis is jetuise. Chovola batuli wano. We have to remember this day. Sorry, I was in Mengo, so that I'm saying Mengo. I'm very, very sorry. Aba MACOS. Twetaaga ne tuddamu ne twesanga ndowooza yene emmotoka era evuze neekola ki?
Simba wakati awo waliwo abayingirawo. Agwesi sana sanyukidde bali gwe sanyukira bano. Yeah. You are welcome, people.
KB, Pamela. Bana enza kange kakomyawo ndowooza.
Webalire ddala. Ono kasooka abuuze. You're sitting right here. Tula one. Ngenda kamuwa. Ono kasooka ayogere. Ono atuule this side. Anything? Just pick a thing. Go ahead and pick anything. Yeah. Okay. Let's continue.
Hello, everyone.
Abakatuka, we are doing introductions.
I'm called Eve Juliet Nantongo. I used to yellow. Yes, I was in red and I used to sit with Sebuguzi Martin, Pastor Sebuguzi Martin, and Rita. I'm so happy to be here. Really, I'm really so happy. I've been moving around. People are asking me, where have you been? I've been in Uganda, but I would say, where are all these people? But I thank God that we've managed to meet again. And I was just thinking that maybe some people have even passed away. You never know. So we need to thank God and we need to look for them, those ones that are not around, so that next time when we meet, we are a bigger team. I've chosen a mirror and maybe to tell you what I'm doing. I'm a mother of 5, first of all. That's also a ministry. Married to one man, Mr. Ndugwa. Yeah, Katende, Lugave. Bameka abo Lugave one. Tuli babiri.
Muli babiri.
Tuli babiri ne Katende. So I have 5 girls and I've been in the banking industry for over 17 years and currently I'm planning to retire. I'm working with Cairo Bank, but I started my own company. It's called Vitacy General Consults. We do consultancy on many things, including real estate, whatever you mention, we help you. Currently, I'm planning to retire, like I've told you, but I'm so happy that I'm here. Mirror means reflection. I like helping people and training people.
In my church, I lead the women's ministry, and I empower women. So I want to reflect, be known by my works. God bless you.
Damn.
Hi guys, I'm Juliet Achen. It's been a while, but for Sarah, I mean, it's been years we've been meeting, and our children were in the same school. Yeah, so I'm glad to see you all. I'm a mother of two boys, all teenagers now. My last born is in senior 1, and what I do, I'm into consultancy now. I was in the NGO world and got into the consultancy, services around. So we do monitoring and evaluation and, research in development. In this book, Leadership, I'm actually currently doing a course in leadership for development at the University of Melbourne and Manchester. And, going through this course, it made me reflect on how important leadership is. And you can even see us being here is because of, great leadership of, Sarah and her committee. So leadership is really important, and that's it.
You guys know me? Okay, my name is Susan Kakaire. Right now I'm Susan Kakaire Odoch. So you don't separate the three. Yes. What? This peg? I don't know, but the peg I think keeps hanging out on clothes and making sure they don't go on the floor. And I think that's what I do. I keep hanging you guys. Okay, I'm a mother of 3, 2 girls and 1 boy. I'm married. I'm born again. What do? I worked my early years in telecom, MTN for the last 15 years, I think. Then I left. Right now I'm working with the Bajaj Pharma company. The branch manager at one of the branches. So if you need a motorbike, please, I'm the right person here. And I have some of my customers here. I'll not mention them. Thank you, my customers, and I want to welcome you guys, my customers. And I'm so happy and excited that I know most of you and I've met you even after school. I will meet Grace at church. We prayed together at All Saints. I was with Kathy for HSC and we were together. And I was with Hilda in primary, and it feels so nice, so nice. Thank you guys. I've met Lunkuse. I've met all of you apart from the quiet ones. Yes. Okay. God bless you, all of you guys. And I love you. That's it.
Good afternoon. Witanabunya is my name. I'm happy to see you.
No, Wafe. Okay, sorry. Continue. But I order class, order.
I've seen a few faces in a few years, but some I've never seen.
But not together,
school. Yeah, their faces I've not seen again. But I'm happy we are here and that we find time to be here. I'm a mother of 2 boys. I've been in the private sector for the longest time. About 2000. So I chose this because it has been my perfection. I think I'm around children, so it's all about everything. And also when we come to decoration, so I'm singer and decor, still all about it. Yeah, so everything.
Pastor Chichi. Hi guys.
Hi.
Kavito Beka Chwamuka. I was in blue, I think. Yeah. I'm a father of 2 boys, 7 and 10. I'm a pharmacist by training. I'm in a medical field, so I guess that reflects what I have picked. Healthy. It's by coincidence. You have to stay healthy. We do, at our clinic, we do concentrate a lot on wellness. At the age that we're at, guys, anything that nags you, you feel a headache, you feel something pestering you, please get it checked. We have a lot of our age mates having cancers and things like that, blood pressure, cholesterol. We need to look after ourselves. The nagging thing, you have constant headache every morning you take a Panadol, it goes away. Have it checked. It costs a little. Well, most people will say a wellness checkup will cost you about 400,000. But that is only once in a year. Those of you that drive, you have a car that you service every often. And it will cost you 200, 300. You put oil, brakes. That's what you need. Your body needs a service. Once a year, sacrifice 400. Check your cholesterol, check your blood pressure, check your diabetes. Just get a clean bin of health. You know you're good for the next 12 months. Ladies, a lot of cancers are going around, breast cancer especially. For those of you that had kids early in life, cervical cancer is a real scare. Ovarian cancer is a real scare. Have it checked out. So that's really what we do at our clinic. We encourage wellness living. We do treat people with blood pressure, cholesterol, chronic diseases basically is what we focus on a lot. I also have a pharmaceutical import distribution business as well. So I've been in the pharmacy business forever. And that's me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our clinic is based in Bugolobi, but you have my numbers. I'm on the list. You see, Grace is healthy.
Thank you. So, thank you. I'm overjoyed to be here. I'm happy to be here to see everyone. It's been a while to see some people. Some people have been seeing like, over time. Some people we are still together, we are still connected, but other people I haven't been seeing. I'm happy to see you all. So this is Kebi Naova. You remember as Kebi Naova Chanjo. I'm now Kebi Naova Kadu. Chanjo. Yeah, I don't know if I still use that name, but it's there. So I'm married. I have 3 biological children. We have 3. One is 14, the other one is 11, and the last one is about 7 years. So 2 girls and 1 boy. So that is me. I'm a wife. I'm a mother. First, then the other things. I'm a believer. I'm born again. Some of you, people will say you've been born again forever. Even in school, I was. So, so yeah. But recently, currently, I've done. I have a background in community development, but recently I'm a clinical psychologist. And so when Kavito was talking, I was like, yeah, mental health is for people. It's not for mentally ill people. So now why I chose this, life is full of life it has compartments. There are life compartments where we have shared life together. I've done life with you, but all of those compartments have made who I am today, and I'm who I am today because of the different small things that come together that have made me who I am. So that is why I chose this. I don't know, I just picked it. So now that you're talking about why did you choose, now that came to my thoughts. So that is me. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. My name's Susan Nakazi. I'm happy to be here. I'm a researcher by profession. I do field research. Right now I'm working for an Australian.
Susan, Lendako. Susan, Ivan, come here. Ivan, come here. DMC Ivan, come here. Yeah. Bano nongate musanyise mulaba. Yeah. Ono tumuteke ku tebo kyetaliko musajja. Ebona soko oluzero nkuse.
Single babadde get excited.
Awokutuula waliwo yellow, waliwo blue, waliwo.
Okay, so as I was saying, I'm a researcher by profession. Mostly I do field work. I do data collection, data transcription, data analysis, mostly qualitative. Right now I'm working for an Australian-based organization called Includovet as an associate researcher. So I'm a mother of 6 boys. The oldest the oldest is already in the field working. While you guys were in senior 5 studying, I dropped out for 2 years, then I went back. Yeah. So I chose a wallet because since I'm working for a feminist organization, we work so hard to empower women. So the first years of my life after I graduated, I was a housewife and I was not happy depending on a man. So I picked a wallet because I feel that it is right for a woman to have her own wallet so that you don't depend on a man. Yeah.
Gula wallet tulabe bamulimu ekintu.
Akameza kasigalawo.
Onali anti kameza. Continue.
Hi everyone. Oh my God, you look beautiful. The guys are, oh my God, so handsome. I'm called Sisi Idemet. I'm now married. My name is Guna. Sisi Idemet Guna. Okay, some people called me Idemet, but I'm Idemet. I have 4 children, 2 boys and 2 girls. The boys are in secondary, so they are in boarding. The girls are with me. I have been in the banking industry. I have been looking for country directors to push me in another direction. I have been in credit for 20 years. I have been in, now I'm in sales, banking. Yeah, and then I have a small business. It's called C&C Home Goods. Tutunda masepichi, glasses, cups, home goods. Those things. My customers are speaking for me. And it's in Chira. It's in Chira, just next to, I think it's called Twin Plaza, room 35. there. That is where it is. Then I picked a CD. I also do, apart from being a wife, a mother, a banker, businesswoman, I'm also a preacher. I do prison ministry. Under Fanero, I'm a team leader for Luzira Women's Prison. Every Saturday, I should be there by 6 waiting for people, and we get in there. By 3, I'm out. Sacrifice, consistency, but people must receive Christ. Yeah. Thank you. On Saturdays.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Namgenyi Annette, and I'm married to Dr. Kawanda William. We have 2 children, a boy and a girl. Yeah. What do? I serve with Uganda Police Force.
I was your customer.
Abraham, assistant superintendent.
You will tell us after.
Sorry? Oh, assistant superintendent of police. Yes.
Kabitono mwetaga,
But I don't expect my age mates and classmates to be my clients, but rather I would expect your children you to call and say, my child has done this, because at this age, as in, we have to settle, you know? Yes. I chose this. I don't know it. And in security, you must be keen. Whenever you leave your home, know what you left behind. When you come back home, take notice of what is new in your home. What is it? It could be a voice recorder. It could be a bomb. Pick interest in something new. Another thing, I don't know this thing. Our job is challenging. Today you're in office, another day you're out. When you're out of office, don't sit back. Think about something. Be innovative. Create time and make use of that time, because we are growing. No one will look at you that you're not working. No, your children are growing and we must move on. Be innovative. So when those downs are there, I innovate something and push on. Much as the Kameza is there, but as a woman, I must push on, because these children depend on us. Yes. I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi everyone. I detest public speaking. I hate it. You bear with me. My name is Esperanza Nakasi. Life hasn't been kind to me, but I thank God that I'm alive. I'm a cancer survivor. I have 1 daughter. And first of all, I would like to... Can you give me a minute? Yes. Thank you.
Okay, wali ku cancer survivor. Can we clap for her? Oh, she beat it.
Hi everyone. I'm Catherine Nantege, a mother of 3, 2 boys and 1 girl. I'm a farmer, kulima, kulunda, ayagala emmere, just yonna, the local food, ntula, mukene. I'm there for you.
Yeri local eyo.
Yeah. I picked this. Partly I do stationery. Or you've ordered. So I pick usually what I deliver to my customers. Pen and stickers.
Musumba wetaaga omuvunuzi.
Oba. Hello everyone. How are we? Just munzikirize mbagambe for the last 28 years, Happy New Year's in the past. Seriously, I'm overjoyed to be here. As of yesterday, I was 100% plus that I wanted to make it to this, get together and reunion for some reasons. But even then, earlier on, I should have flown out for a long haul. But I kept thinking, I need to be in this thing. I need to see my OGs and OBs, my, O-level crashes and whatever.
And exes,
exactly. Though there's none here. But my name is August David Martin. I'm privileged to be a minister of the gospel. But after we left college school, 1995, I went to Makerere High School for 2 years. Nantong stuck with me for, another 2 years. And then I went to Nkumba and I did BBA Finance, Insurance and Banking. So I'm a professional banker who has never worked in a bank. Because I refused to be employed after I left university. And I had a calling to stick around ministry. And especially I built some relationship that had not been right in my childhood. So I've stuck with my dad for the last many years of ministry. And it's been a blessing. But alongside that, I do media work. I'm a professional broadcaster. I'm a broadcasting engineer. I've done everything in media that you can think about with my banking degree. Seriously. I climb masts. I lay cables. I work on transmitters. I've done news editing. I've done everything in media. And I'm actually soon getting out of it for something else. Now, I'm a father of 5. My firstborn is a boy. He's 18. He's in senior 5. And there goes Davida, Sasha, and the rest. And then my lastborn is 6 years in top class. Your 5 is the 5 stones of David. That's why I wanted 5. But I still serve with Victory Christian Center. Yes, Christian Center in Endeavour. And I also manage quality and technical staff in the TV and radio departments when I'm not preaching. But I also do business. I am into real estate, land, everything real estate, and travel advisory services. But I did pick the nail cutter. I don't know why I picked it. The box was a bit undefined, so I just randomly picked. When I listened to you telling us why you picked what, I began to reflect on what the nail cutter does. And we all know that every time and again, if you are hygienic, you've got to do your nails. But the nails, we cut them because our life is like that. We get to phases and either life trims us or God trims us so that he can prepare us for another level. So when I was sitting here and I thought, nail cutter, magical research, what does it do? What does it mean? Remember what it does. That God will never allow you to grow anyhow. He will always have you in check. That has been my life, my testimony. And I thank God that I am here. Special thank you to the organizers, the mobilizers, the communicators. Banangenze mbadde Kamoli for the big part of time. Because I was sure nti sijja kubeerawo nengamba sijja kudisappointinga nti basuubize ate neme kubeerawo. No. But I'm happy to see you, all of you. All of you. All of you. Grace Kabatangare. I had to kusikamu omuka because it's amazing to see you people. 28 years. The Lord has been good. Bane Katonda abadde mulungi. Ate akyali mulungi. Even after another 28 years, nja kuddamu mbalabe. Atujja kusinkananga. But after 28 years, nja kuddamu era mbalabe nga mukyali balamu. On your children's weddings, on some of your grandchildren's weddings, tujja kubeerawo. Nze nkikkiriza nze kandowooza ne Joko and a few of you. God bless you so much.
Thank you very much.
Hello, people.
Hello.
Yeah, my name was then, don't say Irene, and currently I also added Mutebi. I'm married to a one Mutebi Jonathan. I'm a mother of 3, 2 boys and 1 girl. I do so many things, but most important of all, professionally, I'm a teacher. And I always tell people I was born a teacher. Yes, I was born a teacher and I love what I do. I've worked in that industry, I think, for the last 20 years. I've actually been so blessed that I've worked in almost all levels. I worked in the nursery. When I left school, I got a job with the nursery section with Aga Khan. So I worked with the little ones, and I think that's the best job I ever did because they were so real. Then after 3 years, I joined St. Lawrence, in particular London College. I headed London College for the last 16 years, till 2020, as the headmistress there. And as headmistress in London, I also dabbled as a supervisor, the primary school, Laurentia Junior School. It was a primary section. After 2020, I got tired of being employed, and currently I'm the sitting director of an academy called Jorin Academy. It's an early learning center and a primary school. Yeah, so basically that's what I'm doing. I picked this, I don't know, but somehow I picked this. This is the word of God. I must say that all my life I am who I am, and I am what I am because of God. If it was not for God, believe me, my sisters and brothers, I would not be where I am today. So each day, each morning, I thank God for who I am, and I never take it for granted. For what I am, all the glory goes back to God. Yeah, besides teaching, I also teach the Word of God in church. I'm especially interested in the youth because I believe once they have the Word of God written on their hearts, it doesn't matter what they do. There's that one single time when they'll reflect on what was told to them, and they'll still find the right path. So in church, that is what I do. I'm also the church treasurer. I control all the finances in our church. I just don't understand this finance thing. Actually, I was talking to my husband, and I was saying, I don't know why this money thing keeps following me, because I just opened the forum, and Sarah just told me, Lunkuse will be the treasurer, and I was like, yeah. How come? So somehow that also keeps following me. Yeah, but it's good seeing you again. I thank God that we are alive. I don't take it for granted. And I keep praying that God keeps us alive and helps us to prosper. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I am happy to see each one of you. Yeah, and I thank God for this moment, and especially that everyone is godly here. Everyone is married to a man and not rather they are married to a man and the men are married to women. And I thank God so much for that. My name is Pamela Mpanga. I tell you the truth, I chose this in ignorance, proper ignorance. This one.
What do you call it? Rubber or eraser?
It is in proper ignorance, but I'll try to talk about it. I am a born-again Christian, first and foremost. I am married. Been married for 20 years. Yes. 20 years. Yeah. I have 4 children. When he was talking about wellness, I was thinking, Kumbe, we are there. We are there. But we are really there because I have an 18-year-old. So when I look at it, I can't deny, really. I can't deny. And I thank God for this time. For me, I was in employment initially, somewhere in there, I had 2 children in a space of like 10 months. So I had to sit back and first look after them for a while. And afterwards, there's a lot of reflection. I thank God that I opened a shop. Been running for about 4 years, wholesale and retail, and I'm very passionate about those things now. What else are we talking about? The eraser. Maybe the eraser. To erase what? Everything that we've gone through, I believe, are learning experiences. They move us from one level to another. Some things we erase, other things. But they've all shaped the way we are now, I suppose. Thank you to that. That's soon to be what? With homework. With homework. With homework, yes. Sarah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for rallying us. It's a beautiful time on a day like this one when people have to do things. I wonder why Annette is not somewhere commanding a parade. You know it as commanding some parade somewhere, but thank you, everyone that has put everything into this to make it a success. God bless you.
Sense of one. I apologize, I came late. Mali Noxo Sara. Nai Malisa Nesja. Sibategeta singers, William Mogera. This is a big amount of Kunai. Nkulira Saba Sajja in Mango. Didn't say Jamuganda to get a banner.
Oyina abaana ne bw'okikomyawo
era nina n'abakyala
nabo toboogera abo bo toboogera
musiraamu toboogera naye nsanyisa obbalabako bannange bampadde bbaagi saabitegedde naye all I can say is mpeereza Ssaabasajja with honor, so I'll use that.
Thank you. Grace Goddako.
Mbadde njagala nga sinneerabira nti nkukwasa omwami ono for internship.
Internship y'abaana y'abakyala
byombi kubanga aswazizza obusiraamu
atya tasadde
aswazizza abakyala. Yes.
Kabatangari. Grace, where are you there? Ivan, kaka na kantuko.
Kaka kali wano. Munange, I have to advocate for my sisters.
Agamba onayinoomu kati muyigirize. Simanyi Grace bw'akimanya.
Munange. Chikomao.
Kale.
Kati nze bampita Grace. Ekyokugamba nti nali bwenti kati ndi bwenti kinsumbwa kuba nali nange nina erinnya naye kati
tolirina.
So kati ndi ani,
Wayina Grace era oli Grace.
Anyway.
Linda ko simba wakati. Yeah.
Nalongo ayingiddewo. Nalongo Shila. Tumukubireko mu ngalo.
Grace genda mwanirize. Hello. Ntegedde lwaki abantu mwagala okujja leeti. That kind of
kati banneiba bajja muyitiramu.
Kamutuze wano kumpi ne Kabiito. Nyabo.
Nalongo.
Have a seat right there. Just pick something. You're welcome. Pick anything. Just pick anything. Ati biri bisatu golondako. Wonderful.
Yes, so Nalongo, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. So, nze bali bampita mukyala ntale. Nga nkyenyumirizaamu nnyo. Naye kati ndi Grace Kabatangaale. Yes.
Nakyo kyenyumirizaamu.
Lwaki nali nkyenyumirizaamu?
No, neki Grace Kabatangaale. Kyenyumirizaamu.
Nakyo nkyenyumirizaamu.
Wonderful.
Kituufu. So, I picked earbuds randomly and Oluganda ndwagala nnyo naye simanyi lugero luyinza tubuulira ku matu. Omuntu atawulira. Kyekyo ddala.
Kiggala.
Kiggala. So what? Omuntu atawulira? Kiggala. Okay. So bwe nali omwana omuto ate nawulira nnyo n'enkisusa. So now that I'm older, I tell my children to regulate. When you hear a message, don't again go in 120%. You know, use common sense to geranya, to sieve, and also to, what can I say? What example can I say? Omuzanyo mu class. It doesn't mean that tozanyira ddala. You know, eh? Then otuke ku myaka yange and you're like, isazanya nako. You know, the other day a friend of mine was teasing me and saying, hey, Grace, you had only 3 boyfriends in your life. You know, eh? Only 3. You know, eh? So, those are
Lunkuse, why are you asking? She said 3. Go, how many do you know?
They reached
Okay, go, continue.
Yeah, the third one ended up being my husband. The first one, nothing really happened. Anyway, so I'm like, I missed that stage. Until now, I can't even leave that stage, you know? So the earbuds, I'm not saying I'm a Christian. I'm a practicing Christian. But I also know that we have to live life. We have to live life in the right lane, you know? Yeah, I don't know why I always use that example. Chinnumanyo. Not that in particular. Many other things. Anyway, so that thing of earbuds is basically, let's keep our ears clean. Let's again not be deaf to good advice, like what we've heard from Annette, from Doc, from Kavito, and you know, let's hear. But again, let's be wise. The Bible says, be wise like a serpent and gentle as a dove. So let us not go again. Let's not be extreme. That doesn't mean compromise, but, you know, what do I do? That question, even me, it confuses me. I do so many things. Yes. I'm a forester by profession. I don't have a single tree. I'm an agribusiness management consultant, but I always advise people not to go into agribusiness. Yes, if you're not going to go into it 100%, if you're not going to put in the investment, Malawi say that there will be a subsistence related to sente. I retired in 2006. With a master's in agribusiness management, I was getting a net of 860,000. Working with an organization, a big organization that was then operating on a budget of maybe 13 billion annual, but I was getting, so I resigned and started doing many, many things. Today, currently, I'm passionate about leadership, trainings, and wellness. So anything to do with people who want to develop their skills as leaders, people who want to improve on their wellness, mental health issues, and that is true. By the way, that is very true. I always tell my son, I have a son who's 18 years. I always tell, and a daughter who's 13. I always tell my son that by the time he gets to my age, my daughter will be at his age. You get it, eh? So abachala fe tukula mangu. Bye tuyitamu buli mwezi ebyokuzaala Then the way God wired us emotionally, you know, as in, so we actually age much faster than, I mean, really, clearly.
And we're in the same class, guys.
And
Compare.
we're in the same class. Compare.
Ona ine envi nze siyina nvi.
Katukomao. Yes, I'm very happy to see all of us. Abraham, it's your turn.
Thank you, Grace. Abraham Chiyinji. I was at Makerere College School for 4 years. I loved my experience. It was very fast. Married to Gift Chiyinji. We have 3 children. My kids go to the same school like Kabito's kids. And when I met him there, I was like, wow, Navie, my brother. You know, after, yes, Obi, but, you know, we did a lot more than just go to school together. We're brothers, eh? So I work for an NGO. I've worked for it for the longest time. It's called African Children's Choir. I am the country director now. I love children. I love children. And I picked a key because the last few years, about 2 years ago, a friend of mine met me at church and said, hey, Abraham, I think you're a sleeping giant because the things you do and you don't do, you need to turn what you do into money. And so I decided to take a leap of faith. And I started a company. I call it TLC Concepts. We do team building, leadership, and communication. And but really, the acronym is just for Trevor, Lavender, and Crystal. Those are my children. So I love team building. And I can't wait to do some samples with you here today. I was not supposed to be here, thanks to Kabito. He told me, come. I was supposed to be on a plane, and I'm going to be leaving shortly because I'm leaving in the evening. A friend of mine in Rwanda died. I have to go and bury him. I've known him for 20 years. He's one of the Rwanda heroes during the genocide. He had run an orphanage, and he would hide people under the bed or the ceiling. He saved about 400 people. He's not a Tutsi, but he saved the Tutsis, and he has a very big legacy. So, key, unlocking potential. That's what came to mind. I like encouraging people. I like talking to people. And yeah, guys, let's have fun today, okay? And Musumba Chagambie, God has been good to us, but let's not wait for 28 years to meet again, okay? Yeah, thank you very much. Now, what Watana Nalongo. Shira, I've not seen you in 28 years. Come on. Tubuli the natural loans, the eraser or rubber. Sharpener. Wonderful.
It's okay ddala siri musanyufu. Kakati nze gwe muteeka wano kwogera about the rubber.
Sharpener, love. Sharpener.
Sharpener.
You can find something to say.
I'm so happy to see all your faces. I'm so happy, Annette. I'm so happy. But why do we have only 3 names?
Therefore, Banda Tomubaze. 5, Ivan.
Okay.
We're growing.
Naye nga nsanyuse nnyo. I'm Sheila. I used to be Sheila Nakas. Semambo. Kati ndi Sheila Muyingo. Ndi Nalongo. I have 2 lovely boys, Elisha and Elijah. But they not tebanta. I'm telling you. Olozabayonka basajja bakulu. Naye nga I'm an accountant with African Chemist and Beauty Care. Ono ntera omulaba mu bitabo byange ono. Mbaddeyo for like 5 years. What else? The sharpener. But much. Sharpening Salongo.
Well said, Grace. Tesobola kwongerako okwo. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to move your attention to that wall over there. We have some recordings from people who couldn't be here because they're very far away, but they have something to say. Okay. Flower eyo katugijjewo. Kebi, jjawo flower eyo. Thank you. Kale, I even thought Maji ajja kubeera ku message. On accountant. Sebo. Banda tuyambeko bannange. Tetujja kusindika wa forestry nga gwe wa IT oli awo. Okay. Oh, Lava, thank you, Banda. Thank you, Edward. Thank you. Sound. Kati era oyagala Banda akomewo. Banda ddayo omulage kye wakoze. Okay. Mubirekere Banda.
Let's reconnect. Let's just blast the day and evening away. Today is a
Ladies and gentlemen, okay, so I can do something. Yes, everybody stand up. Stand up. The Simuansi. Okay, this is a very simple game. It's called Badu Badu. You know it. You don't know it. You're about to know it. When I say ba, you put your hands here like this. Ba. I need to hear it. Both hands. Ba. Badu Badu. Badu. Badu Badu is up. Ba is. Ba. Beri one. No. Ola ba. Hey. My role is to confuse you. Okay? Badu Badu. Ba. Ba. Balabe. No. My role is to confuse you. Let me do the instructions first. Ba is down. Everybody, ba. Ba. Badu Badu. Badu. Badu is in the middle. Okay? Badu Badu. Ba. Ba. Badu Badu. Ba. Ba. Molave. Okay. Guys, if you get out, oyimira wali mukasana paka amamaliriza. Okay. 1, 2, and we're going for pictures. Okay, Badu Badu. Badu Badu. Ba. Badu. You're good, you're good. Don't slow down. Badu Badu. Ba. Ba. Badu Badu. Badu Badu. Akubye ku bisambi jangu wano. Mbalabye. Mwebale nnyo. Badu Badu wagulu. Ba. Badu Badu. 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 Ba. Ba. Badu Badu. Mwana muje wano. Mwana muje mbifananyi. Guys, stand against the deco. Mubike chintu eche chigamba 28 years. We are not that old. We are not that old. Photo time. Photo time, guys. Photo time. Tudewano. Musumba ne X bambi tudewano. Ate mu matching the colors. Everybody looking here, guys. Everybody looking here. Cameraman, you're the one. Okay. I said the cost of her name, 6-digit number, and a date with me tomorrow at 9. Did she decline? No. Didn't she mind? I don't think so. Was it for real? Okay. Damn sure. What was the deal? A pretty girl is 24. So is she kid? She couldn't wait. Cinnamon queen. But let me update. Kale tugenda bakiriza kufukamira mama tulawa. Gonna do some stuff with a bottle of Moet for Monday. Took her for a drink on Tuesday. We were making love by Wednesday. And on Thursday and Friday and Saturday we chilled on Sunday. I met this guy on Monday. Took her for a drink on Tuesday. We were making love by Wednesday. Bana ipagala abasajja side eno. We chilled on Sunday. What's up? 'Cause I didn't get mine. Yes, sit there. Bana wali wanga akayimba ako kakuba. Excuse me. Sebukuzaalwa bana. Jangu tule wano. Wanji? Okay, mama tetukulabe mabega. There's a seat here. Okay, sebukuza atudde. Okay. Nalongo. Okay, find your window. Hey, pabali mu white today mabega. Banda sorry. Nyaboga, come on. Otulabye. Okay. Waliriddawa. Okay, tuli tutya stable. Can we start? Are we good?
Mad at me, I think I know why. Man, use a window shopper in the jewelry store looking at shit you can't buy. Man, use a window shopper in the dealership trying to get a test drive. Man, use a window shopper. Mad as when you see me ride by. Summertime, white Porsche Carrera is milky. I'm on the grind, let my paper stack when I'm filthy. Funny how I get the screw facing at me. Anyhow, they ain't got the heart to get at me. I get down south side the hood that I come from, so I don't cruise to nobody hood without my. They know the kid ain't gon' fall that boat. Try and stick me, I'm a little for folk. It ain't my fault you done f***ed up your re-up.
Chimalo. Tuandike mikono yeah. Alright, bane today tutule mwebale nnyo mwebale ddala. Teri balala baagala byabwe babiri basatu Musumba.
My commanding wife, she wants to destroy my life. Oh, my commanding wife, she wants to destroy my life. Oh, my commanding wife, she wants to destroy my life.
Grace, batwala bawala bokka. Abawala bokka. Sebo lindako Grace ajja, lindako Grace ajja. Okay, nyabo tule eno. Let's take that picture.
Every day I hope and pray, this time I will go away.
Wonderful.
Every day I hope and pray, this time I will go away.
Nafa abalenzi, temukyawo ntebe abalenzi. Nekyo kikola. Abawala emabega waffe, Susan tokoowa. Abalenzi mujje mutuule wano.
If I walk down the street, there's a diner I've got to meet.
Majo, abalenzi nga tutudde nga mwe mutuli mabega. Kino kigenda kulumya Sewava. Sewava agenda kunyinga. Sigala waawo bwotyo. Sigala waawo.
She loves to criticize and always a fuss and fight. She loves to criticize.
Bane nalongo muleke nammwe.
Always a fuss and fight.
Ekyo kijja kuba kyammwe babiri. Sebo bakubeyo ekyabwe babiri musumbane.
Wabakirako bebi lwaki tosooka nokyondabako nga tonagenda ng'omukwano gunsuuseeko dya
amaso gamyuse panangana ngaliko ekikula kyonyambe bwayongeza katala kulesa okumyenga kasimira lwaki todda n'onyongeramu enfuta
bana Sara jangu wano Sara jangu twogeremu wano katini jiko Musumba jangu nendika eyo Musumba jangu nendika Bana elesa basi. Okay. Sula nindi gayo. Chala katendi. Yasinzo okufanyika. Okay. DJ Lindako. Ladies and gentlemen, nyochiddako kiri bwe kiti. Okay, katulinda bamalirize. We're going to hear a word from the chairperson of the reunion. We want to find out why now. We want to know how she came up with the idea. Yalota, chamu, olesebwa. You know, I don't know. We need to know how she came up with this idea. Oyo bwamala ekifaananyi ekyo ssebo nga jeno majjo weetaaga ekifaananyi bwe kityo. Alrighty, ladies and ayimiririra waddala wano. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, mutunule eno.
Okay, thank you very much Ibrahim. Mutunulire nga wentambula gyendaga. I want to be as close as possible. Akwanga ebintu ebimu njagala mbibalage nga bili ku some PowerPoint. Yeah, why now? For so many years, I have fluked reunions. Ebyenna bisunsa, yawa. I have relatives in so many schools. Kati natuka ningamba yi. Really? Zenasomela wa. You know? I even aba O-level mengo, they've had like 3 reunions. Ngamba, okay, because I was there for my A-level. Ngamba na yefete twasoma warab. I need to look for everyone. Now, the beauty is, mbadani now, my people, the divine girls. Mwe muli wano muyimuke. Divine girls. So I've really been in very, very close contact with these girls, even when we were university, getting married, cutting a fetubera mu church to Saba, to get married, to get phones, to get what. Those are the girls. Yes, at that time. So, after getting that thing of, you people, why don't we look for each other? Bichi. In that group, Jetwina's Divine Girls, Vanessa Aliwelu, Dorothy Taliwo, yes, ne magamba, you know what? Kanjitandike. We made move at Divine Girls. Well and good. Obaba labanaja. Well and good. Webanga babuz tujabanonya. So most of you have been saying, Sarah is here, Sarah is there, Sarah is banonyeza. Seriously, I've been looking for you guys. Yes. And I really, really have to appreciate until you didn't disappoint. You know? Yeah. So I'm happy that when I reached out to most of you, ngamuli so welcoming. Abamumba sanga in schools, in where, ngatwe sanga church, supermarket, and you scream, then you're like, okay. Ndi mommy. Meanwhile, you're with your daughter. My daughter is 16 years. She's so calm. So she would look at me and say, is this mommy? You know, Nayenga, it would give me that feeling of, even me, these are my people. That's why I've been looking for you. So slowly by slowly, group ebadde kula. I appreciate mwena nti finally today, because we tried last year netulemelera because of accepting time. Let's appreciate that things are never going to be on hold in life. They'll never be on hold. But then there are those moments we really have to keep with each other. Yeah, it's good. God has been good to us. We've moved in so many circles, so many spheres, so many levels. We found many people, but it's hard to find genuine people, you know. And then I've seen that the people you've studied with way back, you find them, you feel like life has never been anything. There is that connection immediate. Teli muna kusenge janti unanjagala kochi. Because you know you studied with someone, you musgenda kuseka binji, even laugh about something, cry about something, plan about something, think ngomuntu within minutes akutegedde nti wabadde okoze kino wakoze within seconds mugenze. Then you feel like, yeah, I've drained everything. So that's the reason why we had to meet today. We reconnect. We share moments, we share experiences, we share life again together. So, while I talk about that, we need to take this moment also to pray for those that have parted with us. And I can't talk about it. Because I collected a list of those that are no longer with us on earth. I'm not sure if I've collected all, so at least munanyambako wemba nina gwende seyo. If I mention names, some of you will remember them, but maybe you don't remember the faces. Neda faces ezaba musazi funye. So that's why I'm standing here, so that tusobolo okulaba those that have parted with us. Pastor, wegendako wetumala okubalaba tubasabire tusabire those who left families, those who left children, and unfortunately, before I even go further, why this place is also important, because I would have chosen any other place, or in fact the entire committee jembadde nayo jenjo okwanjula would have chosen any other place, but we have one of us is the one who set up this hotel. And Becca was in close, connection with Sam Mugabi. Chino Chifoche, currently it's been run by the wife. We've been in touch, somehow need connecting as if tuemanyi kuvada, but because of Sam. And she had promised to be here. And what? But she left this place, and we're like, why take the money somewhere else? Let's support our own. Kwe kujja wano. Ate munalaba service providers abasinga, they are our own. Kakati banda nze saategeera bya IT byokola nenoonyayo ne outsourcing, but at least now nkitegedde. So let's try to also support each other in different ways. Beauty is fena tukola bye tukola, babamu tulina professional jobs, naye tulina also other businesses, even the information. Grace the other time was like, Sarah, ani akufaako go tufaako na yani akufaako, and I was like, oh, nina katinanga mfaako. Yeah, we get those moments nga wetaga someone gwotegeera ne wono omugamba the ugliest, you're comfortable with it. Next. So before, yes, bino ebintu byetu organizing nze si Juko Sarah. Me Juko Sarah, it's just a name of we do this. Name but then in a committee, a very, very strong and energetic committee. Mademba sababa nange muyimirireko. Irene, Juliet, Becca, Dorothy ne Majo tebaliwo na yendooza mulabye omulimu gwe babaddeko. Yes, Eva oliwa naawe, yes, you're there. Eyo team eyo yekoze all this, all the connection. Mbebaza nnyo tetemundisappoint nze nga chairperson. Chair munaye kambabuulireko trick, chairperson takola. chairperson abuuza Irene kyekiganye nti esente tezinnawera. Kale Julie tuli kuki? The games kino. Grace, what do you think we should say? Chairperson kyakola era ndowooza nze kino ekifo nkyagala nnyo. Because you end up, but the beauty is, thank you very much team, I appreciate you so very much. Bekanga is the only guy era bannaye guys mwekolemu. Kakati baba abatugendako. There is Kathy, I think she's the most recent who passed on, left children and a husband. Nabwami, it should be 23, that's an error, I'm sorry. Catherine Nabwami, Mugabi Samuel, Allen, Nakanyike Regina, I never got to know the time we are far. Damali Nakato, that was way 2015 when she had just graduated, I think, I don't remember. Annabelle, I'm not so sure at that time. So for now, bebo, naye nagambye, okay, sijagamba twetaaga okufa, but why should we wait for another one to die, really? Twesange ku burial. Let's meet, share life jetuina, then yes, let the rest, take its course. So for those who don't remember Kathy Nabwami Yoyo, yeah, they gave a brief. The good thing is eyankoledde kino yabadde amumanyi bulungi, and that is one of my hobbies in Mengo. Eyankoledde kino. Then that was Nakato Damali. Yes, she passed on. The next one is Allen. Pamela, ojja tusonyiwa tetuwafunye kakubika. I'm sorry, but yeah, that is Allen. I had so many of Allen. Nenga muli banji nga sina we nababika. Unfortunately, she passed on. This is Samuel Mugabi, the owner of this, the proprietor of this place is no longer here. And those ebifaananyi ebirala saabifunye. So basically, Pastor badde nsaba ojje to sharingeko a moment of silence, for leading in prayer for our fallen colleagues.
Manyi okwegumya naye ate naye waana okwegumya naye ate amawulire ngaago gakubamuko nga sinaba kusaba nsaba to observing at least 60 seconds for all of them in one batch. Tubajjukire, we know, I don't know which streams each of them were. I can't recall who was in which stream. But for the years we were with them, the time we knew them, the impact they had on our lives, the friendship we shared, we thank God. We can just have a few seconds of silence, remember them, and then I'll pray. May their souls rest in peace. Katusabe. Our God, our Father, our Maker, the giver of our lives, we are speechless after the fun we had earlier. But this is just for a moment, because the friends who parted this life, some of us are linked up with them years and years after. Some of us didn't, but we recall many of the faces, and we can pick a moment or two where we shared in school, where we laughed, perhaps where we annoyed each other. It's just the way life is. We want to thank you for their lives, for the lives they touched, those who parted when they were parents, for the lives they brought on earth. We want to thank you for the families they left behind. We know it is not going to be an easy time for as long as they are alive. It is not easy to part company with your very own. But our God, we know that you know what it means to lose a child or a person, because you once lost your son. And his return to life after resurrection was a guarantee that even us will return to life at some point in that kingdom, in the new life. We want to believe that our parted friends are resting in the bosom of Abraham. And we also believe that when our time comes, we'll meet with them and together we'll sing and praise in your presence. But before we do leave this earth, when each one of us faces their last moment, help us to make use of our years. We pray like David prayed, that you help us to number our days, for our days on earth are like a wind that passes by. We pray that you help us to make good use of them to impact our world, our communities, to make sense of the life you've given to us, that after we're gone, people will remember us for the good things, the good works, but mostly for the life of impact we lived. And so, Lord, we want to remember the families of those who have gone ahead of us, the spouses they left behind, the children they left behind, the parents they left behind. Only you can comfort, can console, and heal those wounds. Spirit of God, right now we send you to where they are. We ask you to go and meet every parent, every relative, every spouse that was left behind. Help them to understand and know that they are not alone. We don't know all of them, but we share in their grief. And yet we share in the happiness they enjoyed with those people. And so, Lord, we ask you to send your healing spirit and power to them, and bind those wounds and block those holes and gaps that were left behind. We pray for the young children to never have a moment of loneliness. Holy Spirit, will you guide those children through life? But even if the fathers or mothers were alive, they would still be depending on you to guide those children. So therefore, Lord, whatever the parents could have done or whatever you could have done through them, now you have to do it yourself directly. Help those young ones. And even the people that are older that they're behind, the parents, the mothers, the fathers, only you can cover that gap. And we also want to pray for the establishments they had started and they left behind, that they will not go with the wind. May those legacies live on and on and on to the fourth generation, or until the day you return to take us home. And so, Father, as we celebrate here the reunion, I know they are laughing with us. We believe they are remembering the days with us. And so, Lord, we want to thank you that you've allowed us to even remember them. Help us that after here, each one of us will pick a leaf and begin to live life better, life more meaningful, life more purposed, life more focused, life of influence, a good influence. That we shall begin to live the many years ahead of us. We still believe you for years, but we ask you, Father, that the life we live after today will not have any regret. And because death is a sign of us being here and going away, we want to say that everything that happened to us in the past that was not good, that was not a happy moment, we ask you to heal us out of it. There's been setbacks, there's been breakups, there's been damages. Lord, help us to heal past them. I want to pray for all of us in this place that are not fine in your health. You're not feeling well. You have a person who is on a sick bed. You have a person managing a chronic disease or a life-threatening disease or whatsoever it is. even if it is yourself, we want to pray for the healing power of God to come and be part of your body in this very second. And as a servant of God, I speak new life in each one of us. From the top of your head to the soles of your feet, on your skin, under your skin, in your lungs, on your heart and in your heart, your blood, your pancreas, your kidneys, your liver, every part of your body receive life and healing. Strength that you may live a purposeful life for God's kingdom and even for our nation. And for the children you've birthed, may they see you grow old. May we see our children's children and their children. May we be part of their lives and their progress even as we go through. Now I speak to death. You cannot rob us anymore. You rob those 6 or 7 or 8, and even those we can't probably know. You cannot rob any of us. We have life ahead of us. We're going to fulfill every purpose and every destiny and every intention God has given us breath. We're going to live every day making a change in our near world and the farthest world. For those you have put in the farthest ends of the earth, out of Uganda, in America, in Canada, in Europe, in Asia, everywhere you are and you are alive on this party and union, we pray with you and we pray for you that life there will be meaningful. You find good connections. You find good work. You find good jobs. You find real money. And Father, we speak. I think I'm now in the anointing of praying. We want to speak to our lives to become prosperous. Enough of the struggles. Enough of the crying. Enough of the questions. Enough of the what ifs. Lord, we pray and ask you in the name of Jesus that you grant us to see success in everything we do. We've had people here in IT, in business, in agriculture, in technical work, in teaching, in research. Some are just parenting their own and other people's children. We've had us doing different things here. Lord, each of those things and activities and engagements, we pray for the spirit of increase, of progress, of continuity, of prosperity, of success and breakthrough. Give it to us, and we shall return the glory to you. We pray for those abroad. You are there, you don't yet have a citizenship or a permanent residence, and you want to be there for some more time. May the Lord grant you that your papers will move fast and swiftly, and put a connection to people who will help you move ahead. Even those of us still here, yearning to go where you are or wherever God may take us, may the Lord quicken the steps and the processes and everything we need to do, that we may do them in their time, that we may not lose time or lose moment or opportunities. Our brother is traveling tonight. We pray for him, Abraham, to travel safe, to come back safe, and that even those who lost that person, wherever he's going to bury, Lord, comfort them to the praise of your name. In Jesus' name.
Pastor asabidde emmere oba tagisabidde? Emmere etuuse. Can I return our things, please? Return the wallet. Return the tape measure. Return the perfume. Return. Hey, Banange. Return the word of God. Lunkuse. Return the word of God. Return the flashlight. Hey. A what?
A fidget spinner.
For the people who fidget.
Not really. It's for playing. I hope we all have time to play.
Wonderful. Now what's going to happen next is, as the perfume is put in the box, I looked over and I can sense that you are hungry. As we move to have our lunch, please just pass there, take a single shot and go to the table, okay? Just a single pictures, single shots. Afterward. When the sun goes down. Okay, let us pray for our meal. Father, thank you for the food before us. Bless it to the nourishment of our bodies. Tetulwaza etuwa amaanyi. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Okay. Our organizer, our chairperson, who wants to be chairperson forever. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Waliwo kyewolabidde? Akatale keka.
For the time being,
It's Dorothy Nakawais, aka Furniture Prefect. Nakombade nino kaisawa. Anyways. Hey. Hi everyone. It's Dorothy Nakawais, aka Furniture Prefect. Nakombade nino kaisawa. Anyways, yeah, like I said, Dorothy Nakawais is here. What an honor to live and witness the reunion dream come true. What a journey it's been. Man. But I just want to say, I'm speechless. I'm so overjoyed. And just want to say thank you to everyone that's invested tirelessly your time, your money, your resources, your ideas to make sure this comes to pass. Thank you. We hope great things come out of this reunion. We hope this is the beginning of better relationships within us, better lives amongst us. Let's make the most of this reunion. Let's mingle. Let's reconnect. Let's share. Let's just blast the day and evening away. Today is about each and every one of you. If it were not for you, we wouldn't be here. So because of that, we are celebrating each and every one of you. We are celebrating each other. Thank you, everyone. Have a great time. And stay blessed. Bye-bye.
Hello, class of 92-95. Hello, class of 92-95. My name is Andrew Kapuma, and I was in the yellow stream. After senior 4, I left college school and went to SMAC, so some may not remember me for that reason. But my years at college school were punctuated with I would say hard work and lots of mischief. So I'm still very grateful for that time I had, and the education I had, and the interactions that I had, and the lifelong friendships that I made during my time at college school. What am I up to? First of all, 20 years ago, I gave my life to Christ, so I'm a born-again Christian. I thank God I have one wife, and 2 teenage children that really the source of my inspiration on the earth. And I'm an accountant, so I studied accounting and I do development consulting. So I run a consulting firm in the city of Geneva, from where I run around the world working and hustling and trying to work. I live outside the Switzerland in a village in France, and I know that many times many people do come into the city of Geneva for all kind of international work, and I would be really grateful to have interactions with anyone who makes it. Otherwise, I hope there will be a time for us to meet. I pray that you have fun this evening, that you enjoy yourselves, and I very much miss the opportunity to be there. Have a blessed time.
Hi guys, Annette Nakabiri Okoth, Red Stream, let's go Red. So glad that this reunion has happened after a long wait. Wish all of you the best in all that you do, and take care.
Hi, my name is Primrose Ndagire Kisule. Most of you know me as Prim or Prima. I live in rural Ontario in Canada, near Lake Erie, in a small town called Elma. I'm a mother of 4. I'm married, happily married to my wonderful husband for the last about 18 years. For the most part, I've been looking after my children and my husband, and but I also, on the side, do some property management for the family. I'm very happy and blessed to be a part of this celebration and reunion, and just get together with you guys. I'm glad that you have involved us who live far away from home. I hope you have a good time. Please remember to celebrate each other while we still have each other, as we have learned recently that life can be short. And yeah, if you need to know anything about this great country, and if there are opportunities for you guys and your children, you can reach out to me in my inbox. And yeah, I'm glad to have attended Makerere College School. It really shaped me and the person I am. I have some very good memories and friends that have lasted a lifetime to date. I still have friends I meet up with all the time, and yeah, I am what I am because of my history, and Makerere College School is a big part of my history. My fondest memories of the school were Mapa, Save the Business, Hostel and Wadi, and Melodies of Christ, and Mikanganga winning sports. Yeah, those are one of my few favorite memories. And after O level, I went back to Makerere College School, and then later joined Makerere University and did environmental management. I was lucky to do it on government sponsorship, even though there were only 10 spots on government sponsorship, and I found that course. And shortly after that, I went to the UK and did a master's in environmental science and management. I did a bit of that in the field of environmental management, and then family came in. I started having babies, and about 11 years ago we moved to Canada, and that's where we've been up to now. We've been blessed. Anyway, enough about me. You guys have fun.
And yeah, I'll look forward to seeing the videos and the pictures and all the great memories you guys will have made. God bless you. Bye. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Irene. Thank you, all organizers. Thank you, Dora, for making this happen. God bless you. Bye.
Hello, Macosians. Hello, Yellow Girls. My name is Richard Sewava, coming to you from my base here in Somalia. I would like to thank everyone who birthed the idea to do this reunion. I would like to encourage you to enjoy it. It is a once-in-a-lifetime chance for many of you, maybe except Abraham. I haven't seen you in a very long time. Mamba waswa, enjoy. My mom, Najuko, enjoy, and the rest of you. Thanks for the mobilization. Enjoy the day. Looking forward to meeting you, and I hope you deliberate and agree on the next reunion. I pray and hope that it will happen somewhere in December. Enjoy the day, have fun, send pictures, send videos. We will be watching you. All the best. God bless you. Emma Kozianoye Ra.
Hello everybody. This is Marjorie Chibalama. I was in yellow. I live in London. I'm hustling here. I have two beautiful children, two beautiful girls, 17 and 3-year-old. Our 17 is going to uni in September, so we are reading. Hard work. I'm a born-again Christian. Ndi mulokole. I believe in Christ. Nalokoka kugenda mu ggulu. I'm a social worker by profession. I work with adults in the safeguarding department. I come to Uganda every year apart from this year. So I've missed this time. But the next one I have to plan my holiday around the get together.
Hello guys, my name is Claire Namara. I really feel so sad that I can't join you. I hope you have fun today, missing all of you. It will be so nice to see what everyone looks like. Hope you have fun, guys. Take care. Hopefully we'll meet soon. Alright, bye.
Alrighty. The order of getting lunch is according to essaawa ze mwatuukidde wano. Kati nze siraba lwaki Naalongo asooka kabiito ku layini. Oyinza okusooka kabiito ku layini ggwe? Nti nze wangi according to height abawanvu tusookeyo. Majo abawanvu tusookeyo. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there's no arrangement. Naye wali ku group yaffe nga sirabawo video za badu. Let's stand up. Let's do badu one more time as we go for lunch. Ajikwatani njitwagala kulaga abantu bano nti tunyumiddwa. Okay? Everybody up. Everybody up. Revision. Badu eli waggulu, badu eli wano, ba. Nindo omuntu ogu asituke. One more person asituke. Yekka yabadde yatuli. Yes. Badu badu. Olaba. Badu. Ba. Badu badu. Ba. Ba. Badu badu. Badu badu. Gwegenda ku mmere. Badu badu. Ba. Ba. Genda ku mmere. Badu badu. Badu badu. Ba. Badu badu. Badu. Tuli wakati mwena mugende ku mmere. Mwena mwebali. DJ music. Thank you guys. Let's go for lunch. Let's go for lunch.
Okay. Are you? Smile so bright, you know you could have been a candle. I'm holding you so tight, you know you could have been a handle. The way you swept me off my feet, you know you could have been a blue. And baby, sound so sweet, you know you could have been some perfume. Well, you could have been anything you wanted to, I can tell. The way you do the things you do, alright, the way you do the things you do. As pretty as you are, you know you could have been a flower. Your good looks would have made me. You know you could have been an apple. The way you stole my love, you know you could have been a glue. And baby, you're so smart. You know you could have been a school. Well, you could have been anything that you wanted to, I can tell you. The way you do the things you do, alright, the way you do the things you do.
People of this land, I will hold
Last night I dreamt of San Pedro. Just like I never gone, I knew the song. A young girl with eyes like the desert. It all seems like yesterday, not far away. Tropical, the island breeze, all of nature wild and free. This is where I long to be, La Isla Bonita. And when the song was played, the sun would set so high, ring through my ears and sting my eyes. Your Spanish lullaby. I fell in love with San Pedro. Warm wind carried on the sea. He called to me, te dijo te amo. I prayed that the days would last. They went so fast. Tropical, the island breeze, all of nature wild and free. This is where I long to be, La Isla Bonita. And when the sun would play, the sun would set so high, ring through my ears and sting my eyes. Your Spanish lullaby. I want to be where the sun warms the sky. When it's time for siesta, you can watch them go by. Beautiful faces, no cares in this world, where a girl loves a boy and a boy loves a girl. Always, I want you always. You tell me you're serious.
banange tetubagaana kumira oba kugaaya. DJ nyambo jeko DJ nkutegeera muganda wange naye waliwo ke twagala okuyisaawo wano Wonderful. And I think I'm the best person to introduce this lady. Kubanga when nali mu class, I'll tell you a little story. Nze nali mu class n'oyo muvubuka bamuyita Ivan. Yali tali musiraamu then, naye something happened along the way. Naye muganda wange Mugabi Samuel twatambula naye olugendo lw'okusoma hostero, n'amala okusoma n'afuna ekirooto nti akolereko ku American Embassy. N'agenda akola mu American Embassy. Kati ebiseera ebyo byokola ku American Embassy yali ayoola. N'avaayo n'atandika wano era n'afuna omukyala. Bannaye yafuna omukyala. Ivan, who knew nti Mugabe alifuna omukyala? But Mugabe n'afuna omukyala. Omukyala oyo nsaba atubuuzeeko bannaye. Lunkuse sawanse for a minute.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sheila Mugabe. I'm so happy to see you here today. Thanks for honoring Sam and loving him. I've not forgotten what you did for us when he was still sick, the money you collected. This is a chance for me to say thank you so much. I owe you one. Please feel free whenever you feel like coming here. I'll be there to welcome you. Thanks for coming. Enjoy your food.
Mama nzikiriza okuyisaawo kano bw'oba olina emikolo, bw'oba olina anything that involves gardens and what, and you want to support Mugabe's children, bring it here. Era ndoza, this is going to be our venue, okola our reunions, and we'll, honor him in that way. Mwebale nnyo mwebale ddala abantu bano bonna basomera ku Makerere College, believe it or not. Bonna basomera ku Makerere College. Kati bakyala baami bazze okusanyukiramu wano. Webale nnyo twaniriza maama. Thank you. DJ tuwe.
You had my mind blown, we'll jump at the club on bump like what? I had to have you, babe. Saw you outside, the passenger side, cause I let my best friend drive. You was in line, that's when you caught my eyes, girl. You were so beautiful, beautiful. It was so critical, so critical. You look so
about a mosquito with Donna jeans, but he slipped up and threw his rock to a fiend. He playing like a willy cause he dressed shit up, never knowing that his woman is in need of love. He got Versace, gold link, stomach chains for rocks, official hairstyle, but you stuck up in the spot, making love through his week, then he falling asleep. You on the phone with your old peeps, dying to creep between my sheets. So what you got Chanel on your feet, hot sex on a platter makes the mission complete. I wanna lounge with you. I do what I gotta do. I wanna lounge with you. I do what I gotta do. I wanna lounge with you. I do what I gotta do. I wanna lounge with you. I do what I gotta do. Jewels and Cristal got a Mac and funny style. He ain't watching you, he'd rather watch his money pal. Can't protect treasures when it's in a glass house. Soon as he turn the corner, I'ma turn it out full blown. Fucking in the six with the chrome, yo B. Why you leave your honey all alone with me? Just because you blessed with cash doesn't mean your honey won't let me finesse this. You see, the moral of the story is a woman need love, the kind your so-called players never dreamed of. You got to try love, can't buy love. If you play your hand, then it's
Hello, DJ Rally Kumere. Ladies and gentlemen, Kabito Chuko Tunuleno. I see some in these kids. Do you see the picture? I let the mother introduce them.
Hello, my name is Skylar Mukisa. Hello, my name is Nicole Nanyonga.
Do you have something to tell us? Let me tell you something. Mukutamanya gabana bano. We have Annie, Skylar and Nicole. Skylar and Nicole, before you are people who went to school with your daddy, sat in the same class, put on the same uniform, played with him. Shorts. Your daddy used to wear shorts. I'm not saying shorts. All these people knew your dad, loved him dearly, and to us, he was a brother. Okay? So you are not alone. And they have just told me they brought this thing here, this party here, in memory of your daddy. And they will keep coming. Nyambo choyogede. When I will love you. Kati, on behalf of you, let me hug these kids for you. Come here. Ivan, God bless you. God bless you. Thank you very much. DJ. Ivan yagamba mbala kachi. Ivan.
It's just an illusion. In all this confusion. It's just an illusion. It's just an illusion.
I work hard every day to make my bread. Wake up early every morning to please my people with African beer.
Grace Nyamba omaze okulya. Jangu yanjula. Yeah, Elijah.
We say you got a girl, yeah, it's true, you got a man, but the party ain't gon' stop, so let's make it hot, hot. Last weekend you stayed at home alone and lonely. Couldn't find your man, he was chilling with his homies. This weekend you're going out. If he try to stop you, you going off. You got your hair done and your nails done too. Out bed and you in the shoes. You and your group parlaying at the hottest spot tonight. You're gonna find the fellas rolling in the Lexus trucks and Hummers. So we say you got a girl, yeah, it's true, you got a man, but the party ain't gon' stop, so let's make it hot, hot. Ladies, leave your man at home. The club is full of ballers and they pockets full grown. And all you fellas, leave your girl with her friends, cause it's 11:30 and the club is jumping, jumping. Ladies, leave your man at home. The club is full of ballers and they pockets full grown. And all you fellas, leave your girl with her friends, cause it's 11:30 and the club is jumping, jumping. Though we say you got a girl, yeah, it's true, you got a man, but the party ain't gon' stop, so let's make it hot, hot. Call your boys, cause tonight you're not gon' stay at home. She tell your girl she ain't coming tonight, you going solo. Cut her off if she talks some noise, you know you got the right to get your party on. So get your hair cut and your car washed too, looking like a star in your Armani suit. You need to look your best, cause you're turning heads tonight. You're gonna find a sexy chica that's gonna dance all night if you wanna. Though we say you got a girl, yeah, it's true, you got a man, but the party ain't gon' stop, so let's make it hot, hot. Ladies, leave your man at home. The club is full of ballers and their pockets full grown, grown. And now you fellas, leave your girl with her friends, cause it's 11:30 and your club is jumping, jumping. Ladies, leave your man at home. The club is full of ballers and their pockets full grown. And now you fellas, leave your girl with her friends, cause it's 11:30 and the club is jumping, jumping. Sexy women do their things, fly ladies working with all the fellas. Time to clap, we can get down, down. Bounce, baby, bounce, but bounce, but bounce. Baby, twerk, shake, baby, shake, shake, shake. Baby, twist, baby, twist, twist. You better dip that thing, better dip that thing. Bounce, baby, bounce, but bounce, but bounce. Baby, twerk, shake, baby, shake, shake, shake. Baby, twist, baby, twist, twist. You better dip that thing, bounce it up and down. Sexy women do their things, fly ladies working with all the fellas. Time to clap, we can get down, down. Ladies, leave your man at home. The club is full of ballers and their pockets full grown. And now you fellas, leave your girl with her friends, cause it's 11:30 and the club is jumping, jumping. Ladies, leave your man at home. The club is full of ballers and their pockets full grown. And now you fellas, leave your girl with her friends, cause it's 11:30 and the club is jumping. Oh yeah, ladies, leave your man at home. The club is full of ballers and their pockets full grown. And now you fellas, leave your girl with her friends, cause it's 11:30 and the club is jumping.
It's going down, fade to Black Street. The homies got at me, collab creations, bump like agony, no doubt. I put it down, never slouch. As long as my credit can vouch, a dog couldn't catch me. Tell me who could stop with Dre making moves, attracting honeys like a magnet, giving them orgasms with my mellow accent. Still moving this flavor with the homies Black Street and Teddy, the original rough shakers.
Shorty it down, good lord. Baby got 'em open all over town. Strictly bitch, you don't play around. Cover much grounds, got game by the town. Getting paid is a forte, each and every day. True play away. I can't get her out of my mind. Wow. I think about the girl all the time. Wow, wow. East side to the west side, pushing fat rides, it's no surprise. She got tricks in the stash, stacking up the cash, fast when it comes to the gas. By no means average, it's on when she's got to have it. Baby, you're a perfect 10, I wanna get in, can I get down so I can win? I like the way you work it, no diggity, I got to bag it up, bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I got to bag it up, bag it up, girl. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I got to bag it up, bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I got to bag it up.
She's got class and style, street knowledge by the pound. Baby never act wild, very low key on the profile. Catching feelings is a no, let me tell you how it goes. Herbs the word, spins the verb, lovers it curves so frequent you heard. Rolling with the fatness, you don't even know what the half is. You got to pay to play, just for shorty bang bang to look your way. I like the way you work it. Trump tight all day, every day. You're blowing my mind, maybe in time. Baby, I can get you in my ride.
I like the way you work it. No diggity. I got to bag it up.
Bag it up.
I like the way you work it. No diggity. I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it. No diggity. I got to bag it up.
Bag it up, babe.
I like the way you work it. No diggity. I got to bag it up. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Oh, that girl looks good. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Play on, play on, play on. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. You're my kind of girl. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo.
Cause that's my peeps and we roll sheep. Flying first class from New York City to Blackstreet. What you know about me? Now don't I'll sing Cartier wooded frame sported by my shorty. As for me, icy gleaming pinky diamond ring. We bees the baddest click up on this scene. Ain't you getting bored with these fake roars? How shows improves, no doubt. I've been thinking so. Please excuse if I come across rude. That's just me, and that's how a player's got to be. Stay kicking game with a capital G. Ask the peoples on my block. I'm as real as can be.
Testing. Banange. Nga bwe mwakolanga ku college, you can go for more. Like, you can go for seconds. Sebo. Kebi. I know you used to go for seconds. I know you used to go for seconds. Tugende. Let's go for mwakubanga double. Tokubanga. Gwe bakuleeteranga buleetezi. Kati waliwo ennyama n'enkoko. Wali otya abalenzi Ladies and gentlemen, Musumba gwe nkimanyi wakubanga ddabo. Tugende ofune emmere endala. Kulya katono. Mukwano. Mukyala Katende. Tuddeyo. Bana tubeegayiridde nnyabo. Emyaka gyegyo. Bana munswazizza Ivan ddayo for double. Kabita agambye wakubanga double nga yakawunga n'abijanjalo. Kati mugende tubeegayiridde banaye temutulekera mmere. DJ kuba
just like Uniblab, robotic kicking flab, or flavor bit of batter, chitter chatter, madder than the Mad Hatter. I bet your eyes come by fatter, I got the data, turn your body into antimatter. And just like a piece of sizzling, you'll fit inside my stomach with the eggs and grits between. The king is what I mean, my man, get a cup and put some change inside your hand. Now hold up, let's make this official. Everybody, let's agree that MCs need a tissue. The folks my only issue. I bet your mama miss you, and I bet the Mac take off like an MX missile. No more you whining on the charts climbing as I make the phone kicking out more harder than a diamond. And if you didn't know who's rhyming, I guess I'm gonna say Craig Mack with perfect timing. You won't be around next year. My rap's too severe, kicking mad flavor in your ear. Here comes a brand new flavor in your ear. Time for new flavor in your ear. I'm kicking new flavor in your ear. Max, brand new flavor in your ear. Craig Mack, 1,000 degrees. You'll be on your knees and you'll be burning, begging, please. Brother Freeze, man's indisputed and deep-rooted funk smoke that leaves your brains booted. This bad MC with stamina like Bruce Jenner, the winner tasting MCs for dinner. You're crazy like that glue. I think that you can outdo my 1-2 that's sick like the flu. Shake 'em down, boy. I flip boy all the time. Cause boy, the rhyme you kicking ain't worth a dime. Seems like there's no competition in this rap world expedition. You come around and knock you out position. Knock 'em out. No flame could ever dig a grave. Both the Mac, the power pack, and black make you see man crack. And here comes a brand new flavor in your ear. Max, a brand new flavor in your ear. Here comes a brand new flavor in your ear. new flavor in your ear. I'm kicking new flavor in your ear. Max, brand new flavor in your ear. Here comes a brand new flavor in your ear. Time for new flavor in your ear. I'm kicking new flavor in your ear. Max, brand new flavor in your ear. Hi, Max dope with more hope than the Pope, but for MCs more knots than rope. I'd like to break it down, breaking, forsaken laws of MC shaking with this track that my man's making. MCs will run like a bomb threat, I bet, or better yet, make you sweat, getting hotter than the sun get. Craig Mack is the flame that romps from here to Tibet. I break all rules with my action, that the Maxins and MCs stop relaxing. This brand new sheriff that's in town, getting down, leaving bodies buried in the ground. I set up rhymes for a decoy down for bad boy. Watch the M's not destroy. And here comes the brand new flavor in your ear. Flavor in your ear. Time for new flavor in your ear. I'm kicking new flavor in your ear. Max, brand new flavor in your ear. Here comes the brand new flavor in your ear. Time for new flavor in your ear.
Now I see places and faces, things you ain't never thought about thinking. If you ain't peeped, then you must be drinking and smoking, pretending that you're looking, but you're broken. Let me get you open. Now little Timmy got his diploma and little Jimmy got life.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, DJ Kende Zakatini. We need to keep the program running, and I'm not trying to rush you. Next on the program is Irene. She's going to come and say something, but I have a question for you to think about. Where you are right now, what would you tell your younger self? Remember, in S1, you've just entered S1 or S2? S3. Elijah, remember S3. What would you tell that younger self, knowing what you know now? Okay? Think about that. Think about that. Hey, Ivan. Your younger self is 3 hours there. I don't know what you'd say, but think about that. I'm going to call you just randomly to tell me or tell us what you tell your younger self, knowing what you know now. Okay, next up on the program is Irene Lunkuse. Please come and share what you have to share. Irene, alinda ngalo bannange. Alinda ngalo ono musomesa. Ali ku assembly alinda mukube engalo. Nalongo kuba engalo Irene ajje. There you are.
Mama, good afternoon. I was not waiting for that. As asked to share my story and motivate us. I know when I say this, I'll be motivating a few people and also motivating myself. When we left school, just as I told you, I loved being a teacher. And I always tell my parents, I tell my students that for me, I was born a teacher and I will die a teacher. I don't even intend on looking at any other profession or doing anything other than educating a child and transforming a child. When I left school, just as you look for jobs, I did not get as a secondary school teacher. I qualified to be a secondary school teacher, but the job did not come. So I first taught the little ones. With the little ones, you jump around, you take them to the toilets, you clean them up. So it's all that work, but I loved doing it and I enjoyed it so much until an opportunity came. Of course, there comes the time when you feel like, when you're much younger, not now, you feel like there's so much on your plate. So when I was there, I was like, but I need to get into that school. Looks like I'm now like focusing on jumping and, looking at these ones and making them sit and doing that. So I felt like I needed to actually look for a secondary school. God helped me. I joined London College as a normal teacher, but I kept telling myself that I wouldn't be a normal teacher. I needed to be maybe an administrator. I needed to be focused. When I joined, I did my work, I would say, diligently. If it was my time for class, I would notice those few children who would be missing for the lesson. Even if it meant pulling you under the bed to come for my lesson, I would do it. So they knew it, and nobody would actually dodge my lessons. They would always know Mr. Kabito's story of running after him. Have you shared it on the forum? You know, recently Mr. Kabito was saying, I was a prefect then in college school, and I saw him going. It was assembly time. I told him, you boys come back, and they refused. So they literally ran, and I ran after them, you know, across the field. And I told them, Kakatimwe. So that has always been me, even when I was in school. As that particular, I would pay attention to every detail. So all my students knew me for that. It helped me so much to move up the ladders, because I was first a normal classroom teacher, and then I moved to a class teacher, but I was competing with boys, and I have that competitive spirit. I'm like, I'm working with men, so I need to just be better, step up my game. So after that, from class teacher, there was a time when the senior ones were so dirty, and my boss then had asked the head teacher to actually dismiss them from school. But the head teacher was like, there is this lady I see around, maybe she could manage. So they gave me a title of senior lady teacher. And my duty then, or my responsibilities, were to wake up by 5, get into the dormitory, wake those children up, make sure they have bathed, they have laid their beds. But remember, I'm supposed to be a teacher in class, but now I'm doing those other duties, you know, to try to mold this boy child into someone who is responsible. But one thing I have to share with friends is that whatever comes on your plate, please do it with all your heart, because you do not know where it's going to push you to. At that time, my boss was looking for a deputy, but I did not know. So whatever I did with these senior one boys helped me to give him the confidence to actually appoint me as a deputy. So after like a year, I became deputy administration. And there was something about the girls in the school where I was. I didn't like those short skirts. There was some kind of behavior, and I felt I needed to impact now on a girl child. So I told them, those short skirts, I do not need. This behavior, I do not need. This is how we're supposed to be behaving. I got a lot of resistance from the girls, but I am this kind of person who insists. I persist on what I am talking about until I make you what I want you to become. So I did that until those girls changed. Now, about 2 years after becoming a deputy, in 2007, the head teacher left, and I was appointed to be the head mistress. Now, that is where my whole journey begins. I'm like, I am heading a school of 1,500 children, 800 of which were boys, and we had all categories of nationalities, the Sudanese, the Kenyans, and there was all sorts of behavior. And I needed to transform this school into what I thought it should be. So that is where my journey began. One of the things I really emphasized was prayer. I taught these kids to pray. I told them before any activity, we need to pray. The school was quite big, so we're divided into schools, lower school, middle school, and upper school. You needed to get out of your bed before any activity, get into your groups and pray. So they would preach to them, they would help them pray, they would counsel them. Now, even if a child was thinking of misbehaving during the day, because of what we have impacted on their lives in the morning, they would definitely not do it. They would have that second thought of, no, I think I have to be a better child, I have to be a better student. So prayer helped me so much. I am kindly requesting that in everything we do as parents, let's teach our children to trust God. Let them put God first in everything that they have to do. The second thing I had to look at is discipline. I did not give a damn who your father was, who your mother was, as long as it was discipline. There is that one particular time when I actually suspended my boss's child. I asked them to peel. Those years they used to peel. And she got a group and, you know, she was busy telling them, for us, we cannot peel, we can't do this. I told them, you are joking. You must be joking. You will peel. And the kind of response, she will not speak back or talk back to you, but the kind of attitude she would show. So I told them, please pack your belongings. They did pack. And I called up the principal and told him, you know what, one of your daughters is here misbehaving, and as I'm speaking right now, she's being suspended for 2 weeks. Now the whole school, at that particular time, the whole school was like, katulaba obukazi odo bulijjo yeepanka kuluno bagenda kukolaki kumumaliriza. But I knew what I believed, and I knew that is what I had to do. So somehow the principal was also a very principled person, sent an ambulance to pick the child. Actually told her, don't go to my home, go and be with your mother. So when the girl comes back, he stands on assembly and blasts the girl. I think that was the turning point in the discipline of all the children. And from that time, if I stood and said A is A, it meant A. B is B, it meant B. So I would like to encourage us that regardless of who the child is, this child might be for a minister, this child might be the president's child, as long as you feel it is your responsibility to make them disciplined, please go ahead and do your duty. At a certain point, they will appreciate. Then the third thing I had to look at was basic academics, because these children were brought to school to learn. So they needed to give results. I needed to see, how do I transform these children? I looked at first divisions. At the time I was headmistress there, we actually led the country 3 times. I had children all get first division. First time we hit it, and I'm telling them, we are going to do it again. I would literally call these children before the exams and tell them, let me tell you, we're going to pray, we are going to fast, we are going to read. We're going to trust God in everything. So they would literally read, they would pray, they would work hard, they would do everything they had to do, and at the end of it all, we would make it. And it was not about them. When they were doing the exams, I was there. I would practically sit in the examination room and watch them write their papers. And at the back of my mind, I'm like, we will make it. Oh, Julie. You're most welcome, Julie. Yeah. Yeah, so basically, just as I was saying, we made it, and I was actually proud that we actually made it. And there was a time when I would receive A-level students, and there were more art students than the science. So I picked interest, and I was telling myself, why is it that we have more art students than the sciences? I picked interest to going to the lab, and I found out that most of the children fail their practicals. That is why they do not do sciences at A-level. So it began with me, who was the head. I'll tell the science teachers, please take me through. When you mix this chemical and this chemical, what do you get? Let's get to the frogs. Let's get to, the rats. I would make sure that they would do the practicals, and I would be there in the lab. So when I picked that interest, I began to encourage the children to also pick interest. Believe me, by the time I left, we had over 300 children doing the sciences, compared to the arts were about 100. And I remember that time the principal would award the best students. I don't know how many science students drove those cars. There were quite many. And it was a very, very big plus. So what I know is that you can make children what you want them to be by setting the first example. They would sit their exams, and I would actually know that this child is either passing or failing, because I knew what they were doing. Yet I did not do sciences at my A-level. So fast forward, after doing all that, came 2020, and COVID came in. And I think for the first time as a workaholic, everything on my plate was work, 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 work. But I think for the first time, they closed schools. And this, I had never experienced this in my life. I'd never woken up one morning and said that I'm not going to work. Even when I was sick, I would still go to the office and at least sit there. So the president just says, no more school. And I had to sit at home. So I kept asking myself, what do I do? But there's something I also learned when I was at home. For the first time, I realized that I had been running around about everyone else's child apart from my own children. I began to notice certain things about my children. And I would keep asking myself, is this really happening? Was this really happening? And then I realized that I had not been in my children's life as much as I had been in other people's lives. So that was my turning point. I told my husband, you know what, I think we're both busy because my husband doesn't work here. He was never there. Okay, he comes, but he interacts more with them when he's here. So as the parent who was present, I told my husband, I think for the first time I've realized that ever since schools closed, those parents whose children I used to look after did not even call me to actually find out whether I was doing well or not. But my children were there. My husband was there. So I realized that if I had died of COVID and people stood at my funeral and were giving speeches, they would say so many good things about me. And I'm sure my children would keep asking if they were actually talking about their mother. So that was the turning point in my life. I began now to, the way I would encourage or talk to those students is the way I began to talk to myself. And I told myself, Irene, it is not about money. It is not about big titles, because by then my title was senior headmistress. I was telling you, I was working at London College. At the same time, I was working in the primary school as a supervisor. So I had a lot on my plate. So I realized it's not about the titles, it's not about the money, but about family. So I decided to settle down for family. And I told my husband I'm leaving. I told my boss I am leaving. And everybody thought I'd run mad, by the way. Everybody who heard about it, they thought I was mad, I was losing my mind, but I was sober. Let me tell you, in this world, the most important thing you need is a peace of mind. You need that peace of mind. I was so stressed, but I didn't even know I was stressed. I was so depressed, but I didn't even know I was so depressed. I had looked for a child for 9 years, but I was not getting pregnant. But after I relaxed and sat down in my home, I got pregnant of a girl. The first two were boys, and then I got pregnant and I got a girl child. So I realized that sometimes we are too busy running around and we don't even care about ourselves. We're busy caring about everyone else around us apart from ourselves. So I decided to relax, and I was asking myself, Irene, what do you do? I went to my mom. She had a farm, a dairy farm. I got two, there were 2 cows. I just began. I put them at home. I went and I booked chicken. And the other thing I want to tell you is that in life, people will not like you for you. Sometimes they will like your title. I suddenly stopped receiving any phone calls on my phone. I used to receive phone calls almost every other minute from 6 people calling you about this, about that. But when I stepped out, people stopped calling. They literally stopped calling. I lost friends. People disappeared. I don't know where. But all the people who were around me, yes, it's true. This is reality. All the people who were around me disappeared. Up to today, some people I don't even know where they went to. They all disappeared. And I think that is a reality that we have to know, that when you are in a position of influence, people will always like you for that position. Sometimes they don't like you, but they like what you have or what you're going to give them. So it's very important that when you're in those positions, you don't forget your family, you don't forget those people who mean a lot to you. Because when everybody else goes, those people will remain. Yes. So I began, and getting from that high status position, and now you're busy telling people, okay, you have these people people are hearing, now she's rearing chicken, now she has got, everybody's like, manange nseno, kwegamba novira ddala eyo waggulu. Yagwira ddala kwegamba tewakyalina kaliwo, and people would talk. So the most important thing is, again, you have to know that people will talk, but you should know what is best for you. You just don't have to listen to them. So fast forward, of course, I did those things with my children. I enjoyed it. But at one point I sat down and said, no, Irene, you have been very influential in the education sector and you need a legacy. So when it came to 2022, I told my husband, I need to start at least a nursery school. My husband was very supportive. We had some rentals around. I told the tenants, you know what? You need to get out of here. Yes, you need to get out of here, and I see how to start. So I did have a lot of money. Some of the things I literally did with my hands. Would get hose, would get the pangas and cut out. We made the compounds, physically making, by the way, because the money was not there. Growing the grass, planting it, and all that. And came 2023, the school opened. Now, the other thing I want to share with you is that if you have to do something, please start. Just start. It doesn't matter who is around you, what you have. If you have made up your mind to start, just start. And the rest will follow. I would have this fear at the back of my mind. And fear, I think, is the greatest enemy we have. Each time you think about doing something, you fear and say, what will people think? How will it happen? What if it doesn't work out? But I just told myself, Irene, start. When I talked to a few friends of mine, I told them, how did you start? They told me, you would start with 5 children, maybe 7 in a class. But that whole year, 2022, I was very, very prayerful. I knew my source of strength would be God. I prayed about everything. And I told God, you cannot bring me this far for me to fail. I know you'll support me, you'll hold my hand. When it came to January, of course, people would come around and look at the premises when we opened, and they would say, "Ezo sente no zaasabye." You know, I'm like in a local setting, and they'd be like, "Asagana busaza ajja kwesomeseza ezi ntebe." And I keep telling myself, "No, sijja kusomesa ntebe, nja kusomesa ki bana." And I would keep, moving in the classes and keep telling myself, "Irene, you'll make it." Now, come January, there are these other parents who come last moment, so they'll just keep admitting. Just to tell you that God is faithful, we started with 120 children. Yes, 120 children. And I would sometimes actually sit in my chair and cry. The truth is that I would cry because some of the things that would happen, I would not believe. I would sometimes ask parents, how did you know about the school? And they're like, we looked at the signpost and we just said, let's go and check out the place. But when we came in here, we just felt a peace, some kind of peace, and just told ourselves our children should study here. When you listen to their stories, they're all funny stories, but somehow, for me, I feel God brought people from wherever they were to come and join us. So that's why when I was standing there, I was telling you that whatever I am, it's not about Irene. It is about God. He is the one who helped me become who I am. So we handled the children. I told you I was very passionate about these children. We began teaching. I told the teachers we have to love the children. We've got to teach the children. We've got to, welcome them, make them feel at home. And by the end of first term, everything was good. And one parent would keep telling another parent now for second term. And then they would keep coming in. In second term, I think we admitted over 40 children. So the other 120 plus the 40, we're about 160 children. And I told God for the first year, I will need 200 children. I keep praying about it. I keep fasting about it. And I know God will definitely help us. So my dear classmates, why I'm sharing this story is because I want us, first of all, to trust God. He's the source and He's the author of our lives. He has a story written. It does not matter how hard the world has hit you. He can pull you from grass and make you sit with the kings. I have seen this with my 2 eyes. I have learned to be intentional about people's children. Be very intentional. What I am today, when I started that school, it is the children I taught at Reconnect College who have helped me. And they're not charging me a lot of money. When I go to these telecom companies, they get me, they help me get the lines. If I have to go to URA, there's a student I taught. When I go to the banks, I do not make the lines because there's someone I taught, okay? So whatever we have to do, impact a person's life positively. You might not earn a lot of money while you're working, but there is that satisfaction you get when you look at this person who has become successful in life and now they are giving back. So as we're here, then there's something else I noticed about these children. When these children are in school, all those things that they do, please try as much as possible to notice those things that your children love. I have looked at the children or the students I have taught in school. There is this, there's a gentleman called Daniel Lute. You know him, the news anchor? The one who moves around. That guy was the information prefect. Then there is Fabiola Anita. But me, I know her as Anita. Of course, the Fabiola name I think came afterwards. But she was also information. So some of the things you see people doing in school, later on, they follow them. So I'm kindly requesting, try to notice what are the strengths of your children and try to help them build, because they are going to be, I was talking when Madame Namugenyi came in, she has always been like smart in school. We all are in trousers and all that. She came dressed the way she was in school. So yes, you know, that's how she was. So those things we do in school, I think, follow after us in one way or another. So my brothers and sisters, I just wanted to share that story with you, just to encourage you that with God, everything is possible. Let's remain focused. I know we will definitely make it in life. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I've been asked to keep the online viewers engaged. So I'm going to read out a few messages. Great to see Muchala Mugabi. May he so rest in peace. Wabula Lydia Tusubidwa. Is that Chitaka Elijah, my blue classmate? Rita did it at my wedding, so I'll do it at 25th anniversary of, yes. This is Chitaka. Remember Chitaka, greetings from Serava. Organizing committee, kudos to you. Music in college dining hall, dancing monitored by Katz and Ghana. Baker always in trouble. Elijah Chitaka, I see your grand entrance. Mr. Nkusi, nice to see you. I was never in trouble, replies Baker. Well done, OGs and OBs. Mwekubire ku bugalo. Ebugalo nga tetubawulira. And then Hot Mama's here. Wow, Irene, words of wisdom. Welcoming our Julie. Julie, you're welcome. And then Sisi, you are not a joke. So those are the few comments of people who are not here but want to be here. Wanjinyabo?
Marion called and she sent greetings. Mbalaba kumukutu. Specifically, funyira ku namba ya Kiyinja oyo.
Pastor, baba no ex bo badogerako. Wonderful. So guys, I'm going to call, I didn't want this to be just about Kiyinji, Grace Kiyinji, and so I'm trying to involve most of you guys. So what would you tell your younger self? I'm going to call my friend Joano. Sebo, it's your turn. Come and say something. Hey, let's all be involved in this. Somebody on this table is also ready. Somebody on this table is also ready. And someone on this table is ready. What would you tell your younger self dressed in shorts? Yeah. Yes, Sebo.
Okay. Thanks for the opportunity. It's a bit of it's a tricky one anyway, but
after seeing you, he's shy.
Yeah. Anyway, a younger me. I'm not sure I would say younger me. I think I'll prefer to say, since people have kids our age then, maybe I would speak to that more. Because I think it will be more of value that way. But I think number one is not to take life too seriously. It's not to take life too seriously. Yes, it is very important. We need to go to school. We need to read hard. You heard Grace talk about having a boyfriend. Only three. She had only three. So I think it's important. Personally, I did not take it seriously. It was about having fun, and I had that fun. And I don't regret really, because like someone said, these are life lessons. And yes, along the way I went to school with all of you that are here. Some we have kept in touch, and we end up in the same space, struggling for the same things. So while it's important that we encourage kids to study hard, they need to also enjoy themselves. We are talking about 28 years ago. It's just gone by, And sometimes I think back and say maybe I would have been more intentional about those things I did. Maybe a little more cautious with the fun I had. Paid more attention to the school bit of it, and also the friendships. Because I think when we were beginning, someone said that you'll be very comfortable with people you went to school with, because I could call it pure. There are no expectations, if you need something, So I would pay more attention to things like that. The school bit of school, the academics. The fun bit of it, need to enjoy. There are so many challenges ahead in life that we did not think we'd ever encounter. We didn't even know there were certain challenges in life. But we know these things now, and I think it's important to prepare our children for that future. You don't have to sit a child down and say, ABCD, they will have, they'll have their own share of challenges. I won't call them problems, but challenges. But they need to know that those challenges will be there, and it's part of life. But they need to be equipped better to deal with those challenges. And it's not just about going to school, it's about the networks you have, social capital. I mean, even here, there are people I call. How Ivan ended up here, I needed something. He always helps me up with some issues in Bulangi. Yes, you just call him, and instantly, Ivan. And that's a relationship I built many years ago. So, Kavito, Julie, different issues. So it's important that the kids know these things. Because right now it's about the competition and all that. You have to do this, you have to do that. But we all know, at least those of us who are here, that yes, you graduate, maybe you have a first class degree if you're fortunate. But out of the academic life, out of university and school, the challenges are completely different. Sometimes it doesn't matter what class of degree you got. So it is very important. And also, another thing, I tell people this, but sometimes they think maybe it's a joke. But even at that point in my life, I believed there was God. I am telling you.
Let us believe him. If you object, put up your hand.
For your information, I was an altar boy. Kawatangari, please. Tell them. So, it is important, and I believe that even if my faith was maybe that small, it saved me. It saved me because unless I was completely unable to pray that night, I always said a prayer. So, whatever state, yes, correct. I always said a prayer. So, it's important that we also recognize that and encourage children to have a spiritual life. It's important because as human beings we have limitations, but there is nothing impossible for the one above. So it's also important that we encourage them to have that relationship. And I believe if you can have some sort of balance in those areas, it enables you walk through life with a fewer challenges, or being able to navigate through those challenges. So for me, it's basically those areas. I wouldn't really change so much, but focus on those particular aspects of life. So that's basically my point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sebo. Thank you very much. And yes, waliwo kano ayina okwogera. So please come.
I can escort you.
Yes, stand with her. Angambe ate agenda kubeera brief nnyo.
Grace likes hearing about my kids. Okay.
Grace, come and stand with her. Jakaba. Tojakaba.
Okay, when we finished senior 4, I joined Ndeje with Rita. In my second term, I got pregnant. They were saying I abort my child, but I refused. I said I'm going to have him. So I had him. He's now already in the field working. He made 26 on the 6th this month. So after I had him, I went for a course in nursery teaching. But since I was so bright, you remember that time I had a scholarship when I joined the S1 in Makerere College from BAT. My dad was working in BAT. So after doing the nursery teaching, I actually even worked like for 2 terms. My brother, our firstborn, was like, no, you're too good to be a nursery teacher. So I joined senior 5 in 3rd term. The view was that if you don't pass, then you can repeat senior 5. But if you pass, you go ahead to senior 6. So I passed, I got AAA. And then I went to senior 6. I completed senior 6. I joined campus on government. I did social sciences. So he was telling me to talk about what I would change if I went back. I actually wouldn't change anything because I think that was written by God, that I was supposed to go through that. And whatever I've gone through has taught me a lot. However, one thing I would change in my life that I always regret is that at the time I graduated from Makerere, if I had known, I would not have been a housewife. That is one thing I've always regretted. Because if I had started working immediately after graduating, I would be very far. I've only worked for 12 years, but I've done a lot in my life. Yes, that is it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. There's a gentleman here from Dream TV, and he'll be picking a few people to go give Sigwe. You are sitting this one out. Okay. He'll be just a few people to just do a recording of what this means to you, and tulina abantu abali ku organizing committee bayinza obikola ebyo. Okay, Eve Nantongo is going to be the second one to the one to talk about how to excel in business.
Thank you, sir.
bano abantu tebakuba bugalo.
Mukama yeebazibwe. I'm so happy to be here again. Sijja kuwakyogera kuba simanyi kulaga nnyo ssanyu, but I'm really happy. So basically, before I talk about business, I want to tell you my story. When I finished Makerere College School, I went to Makerere High. Then from Makerere High, I went to Bugema University. I thank God that after 2 months, I got a job in roofings. Then from roofings, I went to UML, Equity Bank. Then from Equity Bank, I joined Glotrans Financial Services. Then from there, I'm in Cairo Bank. But before I joined these two institutions, when I was in Equity Bank, one of my daughters got cancer, my second born. I thank God I got 4 daughters in 4.5 years. But every year I would give birth. But my second born got cancer, Deborah, for the throat. We didn't know at first. Yeah, when Esperanza talked about cancer, I know what it means. But the infections, like he knows, Baker, infection, whenever we would go to the hospital, they would say infection. They check the infection, it's increasing. So they admitted us at SAS clinic, and we were there like for two days. Then there's a doctor who came. She looked at my girl. I was like, she was not saying anything. She looked, Namugamba, doctor, what is the problem? For over now, leave me. She was observing. Then finally she told me, do you know this doctor? I'm going to give you this number. The guy is in Mulago Hospital. He's a consultant. You're going to take this girl. So I didn't know what was next. So she gave me the number. I was with my husband. We went and looked for that gentleman. And he told us we are going to do biopsy here. Me, I didn't know that the thing was swollen. So when they did the biopsy, the results came back. She had cancer. She was 4 years by then. It was really hard for me. It was hard for me, and I was working in a bank. I was very busy. So they were recommending chemotherapy. But what I said, I got the kid, and I prayed for the kid. I said, you're not going to die from cancer. I said, God, you do the impossible. You have to heal this child. So we raised our faith. They did some operation, simple operation. Then after, they did the test, the cancer was gone. So that was a very big testimony. So from that, after that experience, I retired from the bank because I didn't have time for my children. You know what it means. You leave at 6:30, you go back at 10. She knows, eh? So as I was there not working, looking after my kids, I started researching about the causes of cancer. How do you prevent cancer? So the Holy Spirit helped me and gave me some advice. So I started to research about some herbs that can prevent. You know, the food we take, whatever we eat, sometimes they're toxic and they lead to cancer. So I came up with a herbal tea. It's called Blessed Herbal Tea. It's a very good herbal tea. When you take it, it's not so nice, but it has herbs. Very many herbs that can help you cleanse your body system. Like when you test, like when you take cappuccino, I know most of you like cappuccino and all that, but these are the things our grandparents used to take. There is turmeric, echinzali echiganda, bameka abachirya wano. Turmeric, black seeds, rosemary, many things here. So when you take it, it will help you so that it takes away the toxins in your blood. It's 10,000. You put it in tea, like on hot water. No, of course, you have to be cautious of what you take. You have to be cautious of what you take. Briefly, when the way I got to know about this, actually I was doing my marketing and I met Catherine, the late. So I was like, Bana, we need to meet. What do we do? I don't see guys. So she told me Zarango is organizing. We are in the process. So we say, let's form a group. So that's how we started this thing. And I want to thank God that at least we've met. And Kathy, the first time I met her, that was the end. After that, they told me she has died of cancer. And I was like, I wish I knew. I would have given her my herbal tea, you know. So we need to be cautious of what we take, and we need to take care of our lives. Cancer is there, but also what we take. You get it? Bino ebinyeebwa bino ebinyige bino bye bakola ebyo. Avoid them. Biberamu obuuma. Ekitegeera? Mufune ebinu bajjajjaffe bebaasa ekinu yeah, because it has herbs. Ekinu bakikola mu muti gwa ddagala. Siri musawo wakinansi naye I've researched about these things. So ebintu bye tulya bino ebimu si birungi abazungu bye batuleetedde ne soda gwe tunywa oyo naye si mulungi bw'omunywa kale kuba olusikawoma ng'onywako ka herbal tea. So basically ngenda kwogerako ku steps kuba njagala nnyo kuuma time, and I think I'm going to use like just 5 minutes. I'm going to talk about the steps you can take to be successful in your business. Nze okusinzira ku experience gye nnina nkoze mu bantu abangi abalina ssente naye nga nze nange nkozesebwa naye nga bwe nagambye nti I'm planning to retire and I've started a consultancy firm, and one of my aims is to train people to start small. Sometimes we want to start big. You get it? Oyagala okutandika enkino olowooza mu capital wa million 10. So you can start with even 5 million. Someone was talking about farming. Farming, yeah. Was it Grace? Farming? Yeah. Farming is one of the projects that can make someone very rich. But you can start small. You start small. The first step is to have a vision. Where do you want to be? Oyinza okuba okozesebwa oba already olina business yo naye oyagala ebeerewa. So you need to have a vision. Tokola bukozi nti njagala kola. You need to have a vision that by after a year I want my business to be at this level. Then another important key is customer care. There are so many people who do businesses naye nga abala kye babasingako is the customer care. I guess all of you have gone to Cafe Javas. When you go to Cafe Javas, you see those girls, the way they behave. They greet you. You end up even giving them tips. You get it? Because they have that customer care. Ne waliwo wetulaga n'obuuza omuwala yenna munyiivu, you know? Ng'olinga yayombye naye. You get it? So we have to have customer care in our businesses. Ne bwoba ne services nga nnungi, but the way you treat your customers, you end up, they go to another person. Then another one is the quality of your services. You might have customer care, you're smiling, but the quality of your product, the quality of your services, they have to be wow. Another one is to be aggressive in the market and persistent. If you're not aggressive, the others will take all the clients. You need to keep moving, looking for customers. Don't think that customers or clients will come for you. You get it? Put measures like internet. These days there's internet, so you can market your business on online so that people get to know about your business. And then another one is giving. There are some people, Lucky Dube sang a song, "Blessed is the hand that giveth," than the one that what? It's even a scripture. I can sing. By the way, I do sing. Nae siri mu mood kati za kuyimba. So maybe we can sing it. Blessed is the hand that giveth, than the one that taketh. Okay. So if you have business, you need to give. Not giving your family members, but even people outside. Because when you give, you get blessings. That's why in corporate world, companies have that corporate social responsibilities. So even at a small scale, when you give tithe to God and you also give some people. You get blessings. Waliwo muntu yalewadde omuntu ekintu namugamba Mukama nkukolimidde. What do they say? God bless you. So those are some of the keys that will help you be successful in your business. Lastly is prayer. Me, I'm a believer. So teri chintu kyosobola kola nga tosaba. You have to pray for your business. You have to pray with your staff. But we all serve one God, isn't it? So you have to pray for your business. You flourish. So as we are gathered here, I know we've ate, we've done whatever we've done, but we need to get something that can join us. Isn't it? So, but if we identify something that we can do as a group, I was thinking of an investment club, and then we register it. It's not so expensive to register an investment club. I chair some investment club somewhere, and it has many activities. We set the objectives. I know the time is not enough for us today we are just meeting, but we can organize some other time. We meet, we get something that can join us. I was trying to ask about some teacher. Makerere, she told me there is no investment club Makerere College has. I don't know, when people went out of MACOS, everyone took their way. So we can start as 92, 95, then we can even add in others, so that we can make it big and it can be a boom. Because Makerere College was a very, very good school, booming, but these days, I don't know what happened. So we need to make it shine and be known by our works. May God bless you.
Bless you too. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, guys, this is an opportunity to go think about it and just keep thinking about how we can jump on that idea or we get another idea. But I liked her idea because why do we gather? We can gather and eat and go home, but we might have more reason to gather. So, who was going to share about their younger self on this table? KB? Okay. Okay, as she comes up, somebody here says, I could not wait to hear about the younger self of Eddie because I witnessed it, banange. And then somebody, these motivational speeches can never leave you the same again. Bambi. Facilitators, thank you for sharing those stories. People doubting Eddie's faith. Big question mark there. I even don't know why I'm crying, but I'm crying. It's okay. Somebody says, oh yes, Sisi can relate the experience of being a banker mom. I can relate. How do you get herbal tea? Somebody is asking. Nyabo, how can somebody get the herbal tea? They inbox you. Sewava, inbox please, inbox and get the herbal tea. Okay. Let's listen briefly to what would she tell her younger self.
I think I'll tell my younger self to be persistent, to be determined, intentional, and believe in myself more. Because I remember when I was doing some of those science classes, I dreaded science classes. I dreaded math. I dreaded chemistry. Partly because of the teachers, maybe they didn't really, the Bunsen burner was seeing stars in the class. I was like, what is going on here? So I think I'll tell my younger self to be persistent, to be determined, to believe in myself more. Because recently, now that I've been able to actually be able to go in, I'm in the science field, more in the medical field now. Now when I look back with what I've been able to do and study the science, like neuropsychology, or psychometric statistics, you're like, EKB, I was cheated. Because if I had as good teachers as they were, the ones who are teaching me now, I think I would have started doing sciences like way back in secondary school. So because of that, now that I've been able to get into doing a master in science in clinical psychology, I've been able to get to do the things I passionately wanted to do. Because now I'm working with children who have children and adolescents who have trauma, who have gone through who are struggling with addictions, and who are with grief. But that is because I believed in myself and I actually was intentional to pass, to read, to make it in class. So that's what I'll tell my younger self.
All righty. Thank you very much. Grace, where's Grace? Hard to say. She's on phone. I think we're coming to the time where we're going to cut the cake. What would I tell my younger self? I think I would say it's going to be okay. It will be okay. I remember the days you'd stay up and study and stress and worry. One particular time, the late Mr. Busura phoned us in dormitory. And I was at Sewava, you know the story. Sewava, Nsereko, another prefect. And he, at the entrance of dormitory, shouted, "Mbakutano mwenge!" Oh, now, honestly, there was no alcohol involved. But he shouted so loud, I thought we were going to jail. I really thought this man is going to take us to jail. Kawedem, thank you. Kawedem. And Busura would say it with such conviction that the other teacher doesn't have to ask whether it's true. It's the final truth. Mbakute no mwenge. And out we went, and we went to his car house there. Remember the car house next to the dormitory? Kneel down, became kneel down, and I'm going to call your parents. And I looked at Sava and I'm like, you know what? If we ran right now, I'm sure he won't remember us. Then Sava turns and says, "We are prefects." I'm sure he will know us. So I'll tell my younger self, it's going to be okay. Don't stress it. It will be, life will turn out the way it turns out. So now I'm going to, Grace is off the phone. Grace, I think it's time to cut cake.
Oh, yeah.
Slaughter the cake. Okay. How are we doing it? Are we calling, who's going to cut the cake?
Huh. Ah.
This month?
This month, last month.
Okay, June and May. Because if you say May, I'm part of the cutting. Say May. May 7th. Guys, May, Gemini. Kati abiwavuyiza. Okay, only Nalongos. Kale tugotogere ekyo.
Tetwina na knife.
No. Yay.
Police superintendent.
Grace.
Yes.
Abo gamba abapoliisi bokka, gamba abapoliisi n'abo abaali bakwatiddwako poliisi ne bakasitoma baabwe.
Kati
No, Grace, go ahead.
Police superintendent.
Gamba abapoliisi, gamba afande kimala.
Annette might be there arresting thieves and other people. But I wanted to talk about some thieves. Should I talk about it now or maybe later?
No, let's cut cake and then you talk about thieves.
Do we have a knife?
That's a good question. Kanzuru kendete.
Jackie, kindly. Okay. So who's going to cut cake? Nedda, abakomiti nedda.
Si bakomiti.
Nedda.
June babies. May babies.
Okay, June babies.
Naba May bateekeko naawe. Tekikubikuliddwa mubiri na musaayi. This has not been revealed by flesh and blood. Basajja bokka.
No, by the way, honestly speaking, yeah, let the men cut cake.
After all, you women cut cake a lot.
Yeah. Let the men cut cake.
Simanya baby shower, simanya that other shower.
Chinji. Abasajja mweno room, tubaniriza. Yupo shh. We want to celebrate the men in this room.
Tubaniriza abasajja mu room eno abambadde white. Bokka.
Have you checked? Pastor might be wearing white.
Under there.
Okay.
Kale.
So we want to honor the men in this room. because of many things.
Kameza being one of
First
them.
of all, you're the fathers to our children.
Thank you.
And then
Sebo kamera
none of these men
kiteeke
is gay. Banange.
ya sha.
You know?
Huh.
Yeah, so today, I don't know, is there any man I haven't hugged today?
Grace obalakachi.
Nedda.
Hey.
No, I'm just, by the people in the diaspora, I'm not homophobic. I'm just so proud of the men that are in the room today. And
Yes.
for what you represent.
Thank you very much.
The fathers,
Mm.
you know, responsible fathers.
Mm.
Honestly, Elijah.
She trusts you.
Yeah, I trust you. And if you're not, then you will soon become.
After this speech.
Yes, loving husbands.
Wonderful.
Loving, providing, protecting husbands.
Patient.
Patient, kind, you know, the gifts of the Spirit.
Yes.
And basajja bavunanyizibwa.
Yes.
I love Luganda because obuvunanyizibwa is really
Heavier.
is heavy.
Heavier.
Ezakameza,
Baziwa.
empisa,
Baziyina.
abaana,
Bazaala.
banange. Yeah, and then I also want to recruit all the men in this room to stand in the gap. Eh? There are so many single parents, single mothers out there. There are so many children out there who maybe have live fathers, but the fathers are not in position. So if you're that neighbor, if you're that employer, if you're that driver, if you're that, in whatever capacity, stand in the gap. Say that word, you know, do that deed, like what we are doing for Samuel's, Sam Mugabe's, you know, children. Stand in the gap. For me, I find men and I tell them, you're not doing your job. Okay, a man came to work at my house and was working with his 16-year-old son. They were fixing a window. My son was there chilling, reading a book. I told him, I'll never give you a job again, Mr. Odong. How can you work with your son and leave my son
Reading
there?
a book.
I said, you're a bad man, you know? Not learning. Yes. So even if it means force, Kabito, you should be able to find my son and engage him. Elijah should call me and say, Grace, I'm spending this weekend with your son. I demand that of you guys. Stand in the gap. Bana tumenyeka, single mothers tumenyeka. Okay? Single mothers, how many are we here?
Single mothers muwanike. Abasajja mutunula. Mutunule. Yes.
Yeah, so men in the room, I really honor you and I encourage you. Take your space. You know, take your space. Please come and cut the cake. Where is the knife?
It's right here.
Ah.
It's right here.
Okay, who is that lady who is going to assist the men?
To do what?
Not
To do what?
To do what? Okay.
Just to cut cake.
Pastor, come.
Excuse me. Do we need help to cut?
Julie.
Kamuite.
Julie, gendo
You
munoneko.
know. Sembelako maaso.
Okay.
We have the beast. We need a beauty. We'll have one beauty.
Julie. Popular demand. Introduce yourself. And
hi people.
Elijah, you're looking good. Yeah. So Julie, say something.
Julie, introduce yourself. Grace Mujeka Akazindalo.
Hi people, how are you? It's so nice to see all of you after so many years. Today I kept thinking, and I was thinking 28 years. I kept telling my son, I'm dealing. So first of all, we have to thank God. It's not a small thing that 28 years later we are still here. So many of our friends, family are not here with us anymore. So for starters, that's the reason to thank God. And the fact that we can come here, laugh, share, spend time together. There are faces I've not seen for 28 years. Yes, there are people I see often, but there are many people I don't see. So it's very nostalgic. It's a walk down memory lane. I'm remembering so many things. You look at people, you remember things people used to do. And
Who are you looking at? Who are you looking at?
And I thank God, really. For me, actually, I thought this was tomorrow. I don't know why in my head, I thought it was tomorrow. So Claire in the UK, Claire, thank you, is the one who reached out and asked me, have you gone? And I was like, isn't it tomorrow? So I reached out to Banda, and yeah, that's how I managed to get here. So Claire, thank you. And thank you for organizing this. It's a very good thing. I am a single mother of a 20-year-old who is joining university in September. And I thank God for the journey. We learn a lot. It's been a long walk. Moments of laughter, moments of crying. But to see that close to 50, we are here, we are well. We are close.
Julie webale kwogera mazima.
By the way.
Here. Julie webale kwogera mazima. Bana abakyala mujjeko akazindaalo.
By the way, I was never a mathematician.
Listen, guys, listen. Let's listen to her.
I was never a
Listen.
mathematician. But if you round off to the nearest figure. But at 50, we still look good. So we thank God. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Guys, Julie was talking about herself. Mubadechi. It was about herself. For not really age mates. Okay, guys. We are going to cut cake.
So who wants to count down, Pamela? I'm told Elijah didn't introduce himself.
Counting. 5.
3, 2, 1. DJ.
DJ man, DJ.
Keki. DJ.
Tukademu. DJ oli ready? DJ mama wadde mmere.
Anyway.
All righty. Thank you very much. Kati wano abakyala ababuvunanyizibwa abayasituse dda n'atuyambako okusala cake.
People.
Nalongolwa.
Nice to cut. Let Elijah tell us about himself.
Elijah is going to introduce himself.
Let's wait for the people to say so.
Okay. Guys, Julie, we are waiting. Elijah is going to say something.
Good people, it's very exciting to meet you after so many years. Unfortunately, in our time, we didn't have cell phones and things like that, which makes it very easy to keep in touch. I guess that's part of the reason. And later on in life, you realize that networking and networks are very important, and we lost a lot of that. So when people say, what would I tell my younger self? I'll tell myself, first of all, not to play too much. I play too much. Secondly, I would tell myself to really try and build that network and build friendships, you know. That's what I would tell myself. And now, as a parent or as an uncle or something like that, I would want people to be very intentional in their children's lives, in the sense of get to know their friends, make sure that they're the right friendships, because it's those networks which will take them far in life. And your education is important, but networks are as important as education. So that's about the past. As you know, my name is Elijah Nkusi. I'm married with 2 children, and I own a business. We're into cargo transportation, bulk cargo, into Uganda and out of Uganda. And that is it. Thank you.
I'd even forgotten that name, Viper. But
That's the name we know.
Why was he called Viper in the first place?
I have forgotten. I can't remember.
Thank you so much, Elijah.
Okay, guys, let's have some cake. DJ Tukubire Kayimba. Guys, I'm sorry, I'm going to hand over to Grace. I have to run. Thank you all for coming. Oh
my goodness.
Let's do this again. Organizing committee banaye mwebale nnyo mwebalire ddala. Now I want to challenge the men in this room. Men, let us bring another man next time. Okay? Tukijje kubali. Let's put it upon ourselves to banda. Later yomu, nange ndete yomu, and then from 5, 6 to we need to kabitogo one day sekati next time. Kuleta omulala. Okay? But thank you very much. Grace, I hand over to you.
Thank you, Abraham. Safe journey to the airport, and thank you for standing with the family of your friend. Yeah, so as we are enjoying cake, okay, I wanted to go through. Does everybody have a drink?
This is your celebration.
Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. There's a party going on right here. Let's celebrate
celebrating good times.
Of the years.
Yeah, I'm about to call Espera. Not now. Tell us about her journey with she'll tell us. But okay, that's okay. So I wanted to remind us of the 5 basic needs that we human beings have. There's someone's phone that keeps ringing. It could be an urgent matter. Okay, could I have your attention? Yes, so one of the 5 basic needs is identity. That is, who are we? Do we know who we are? Who are you? Then security. Who do I trust? At this age, Julie said we are almost 50. Yeah. At this age, we really better. I know we can never fully know who we are, because remember, we keep evolving. Whatever experiences we go through keep changing who we become, but at least we should have an idea of who we are, in terms of, and that can be defined in different ways. Who are you really? Pardon? Yes. That you're almost 50, yeah. Then security, who do you trust? Who are those people that you trust? Belonging, who loves you? Not who do you love? Who loves you? Interrogate those questions. And then competence, what do we do best? What do I do best? I was here fidgeting as to what do I do. I do so many things, but what do I do best? If you're multi-talented or you have children who are multi-talented, encourage them at least concentrate on the things that they do best. So that when they reach our age, they are, they have skills in other areas, but they are doing what they ekibasanyusa. And then purpose, why are we here? Edward was talking about, actually not only Edward, many people were saying it's not Yoksoma only, what is our bigger purpose in this world? So once our basic needs are met, then we can now move on to interrogate other aspects of our lives. I usually like us talking about thieves, But before I talk about thieves, I don't know whether there is a person here who knows about the human body better than a doctor. But I came to learn about the energy centers of the body and their different placements. Maybe that will be for the next reunion because it's quite the brainers. Yes, I just wanted to talk about the thieves, 5 thieves that I didn't categorize as thieves until in my adult life. And those are thieves that are based on emotions, that are based on things that are actually embedded in this body. I hope we all know that we are body, mind, and body, soul, and spirit. Really, at 44, that one, Chimanyi Secho. Okay, 42. Actually, there are some people here who are even 42. Yeah, so we are between 42 and 45. Yes. we are fighting. So people, I'm about to talk about the thieves. I don't know whether any of us has ever been robbed. How many of us have ever been robbed? Physically, yes. Oh my goodness. Yupo Edward is a testimony. I grew up with Edward in Makerere. Edward, come. There are things that we take for granted. But the fact that Edward Banda is alive, the fact that Edward is alive is a miracle. Just look at his face. You remember? Yeah, so Edward, praise the Lord. Purpose. To say that you're here, there is a purpose that you're still serve, as in you're here for a purpose. If you ever doubt why you're here, just know, just keep living. Yeah. Anyway, so the first thief is fear. I think Irene talked about fear. So what are those things we are afraid of? Are they really there? Is it perceived fear or is it real fear? Let's interrogate what are those things we are afraid of. Or what are those things we were made to be afraid of? Fear is a thief. And the challenge I started with fear because fear is the greatest thief because it takes away your groundedness. You know what? It takes away your rootedness. You feel like you're floating, totally wall. You're just, so you fear, you cannot try, you have issues with confidence, you have issues with esteem. As in, what are you afraid of? Yes, and some of us fear things. For instance, I fear to get pregnant. But that fear began when I was, don't get pregnant. You can't get pregnant. You understand? You see, exactly. Exactly. So what are we afraid of? Why is a 44-year-old afraid? Am I afraid of death? Why? Death is, they say, imminent. We are all going to die. So why what are we afraid of? And then we interrogate those things that we are afraid of. If we don't face our fears, we are going to live mediocre lives because we shall never really engage with ourselves because of fears. Some of them were put in us when we were young. Some of them were, maybe it was an experience, maybe it was a trauma. Some of us maybe were abused as children, maybe sexually, maybe physically, verbally, emotionally, and we are still holding on to those things. Yet they are gone, So fear, let's interrogate, let's write down the things we are afraid of and ask ourselves, why am I afraid of these things? And then remind ourselves that we are not given a spirit of fear. Okay? And then, because also if I'm afraid, then my children will be afraid because I'm going to parent them through fear. Then the other thief is guilt. Guilt. People, what do we blame ourselves for? What are those things that we blame ourselves for? And as we study more about guilt and the areas it affects in the body, it affects the flow in our bodies. Most of us maybe will have reproductive issues, digestive issues, circulatory issues. Our bodies are not in flow. Why? Because of that emotion of guilt. We blame ourselves for things, you know? So guilt doesn't make you a better person. It instead imprisons you. I'm not saying you should say I'm not going to blame myself for anything. No, just acknowledge what you did and then move on. You know? Otherwise, we end up getting sick because of something we are guilty of. Maybe, where is Edward? Somebody stole your heart and broke it. Or maybe you loved two girls at the same time and broke. You're guilty. The woman has already moved on and you're still guilty. What are those things we blame ourselves for? Edward, sorry. Edward is my person. Yes, so what do I blame myself for? Let us interrogate that. We are 45. If we don't deal with baggage, imagine 60 and we are still dealing with fear. Imagine at 60 and we are still dealing with, Jetugenda. Aha. Remember, age is a privilege. Old age is a privilege that is not accorded to many. Yeah, so let's quit blaming ourselves. Instead, let's take responsibility. So for all those who blame themselves for things past, if those people are in the room, make up. Say sorry, apologize. Okay? The third thief is shame. By the way, guilt also steals our creativity. Because we can't think. We are frozen in the past. We can't think. We can't be creative. We don't even trust ourselves. That's why I began with the 5 basic needs. And they are all interconnected. If you fear, then it means you don't know who you are. If you're guilty, then honestly, who do you trust? Belonging, who loves you? All these things are connected in one or another. So the third thief is shame. What am I ashamed of? For me, I speak about my shame. And some of it is not even real shame. For instance, when my husband passed away, I was so ashamed. I don't know why. I was ashamed. It's something I wore on me. I don't know why. I would cover myself up. I was ashamed. Until my therapist said, but why are you ashamed? Tell me, why are you ashamed? It's not you, he's dead. Why are you ashamed? Until I separated myself from the shame that wasn't even mine. Some of us were ashamed to be girls, born girls. Why? Because we saw our siblings who were boys may be given preferential treatment. And even our gender started being shameful. Maybe that's why some of us now would start thinking of maybe wanting to be Kavito. I don't know. Maybe because what is that shame? So what are those things we are ashamed of? Some of us maybe, for instance, for me, I was ashamed of my size. I used to be very small. And I don't know why my hair in all areas just grows very fast. Yes. So I used to be very small. Sorry. You people, I'm Chiga. I'm sorry. Banda. Just put up your hand when I'm saying something. I'm so sorry. I apologize. I was fearful. I was so afraid. Yes, so I was very small. And actually, when Esperanza said that Kundawa Respicious had sent greetings, I actually got goose pimples because he used to tease me in Buganda Road. Yes, Kundawa would actually. So I was very small. The smallest socks, I had to wear a rubber band. Hey, you laugh. And then but I had a lot of hair, and I don't know, but I had to. So Kundawa would actually, he would sit behind me and he would pull me up by my hair. Yes. So, what are those things? Have you been body shamed? You know, have you been, what are you ashamed of? Write it down. And then separate yourself from it. Let's not carry things that are not for us. You understand? I'm small. Did I make myself small? No. My hair grows. Is it my fault? So for me, I've cut my dreads thrice. And people are like, how do you cut dreads when they read? My hair grows. Should I be ashamed? Everywhere. Yes, so those people who wear human hair, you might be wearing someone's pubics. Yeah, so let us ask ourselves this. We are laughing, but let's leave this place knowing that we are going to interrogate our fear, our shame, our guilt, as in interrogate it to the source, uproot, and then move on. The fourth thief is grief. Grief. Some of us, we remain at the grave. We remain at the grave. How many of us are still at the grave? Grieving. Some graves are fresh. And when I say grief, I'm not only talking about death. Because some of us maybe were even already dead. You understand? Like I was telling you earlier, our younger selves, all the things we could have done that we didn't do is dead, really. So are we going to keep at the grave? Or maybe another scenario I usually use is at the crime scene. A crime has been committed. Police has cordoned off with yellow tape. You know, they are carrying out investigations. 1, 2, 3, 5 years down the road, the building maybe has been rented by somebody else. Guess what? We are still at the crime scene. We are refusing to move from the crime scene. I was raped. I was raped. I was raped. I was raped. 50 years down the road, you're not married because you were raped. So, can we ask ourselves, what's that pain? Is it abuse? Is it death? Is it loss? Is it movement? Is it, let me tell you people, may we one day have a safe space where we talk about these things. You'll be shocked at how much pain we carry. You'll be shocked at the stories. Okay? Some of us are privileged not to have those stories, but who are not, talk about them. You're not alone. So what's that grief you go carrying around? You know? What's that shame? Some shame might even be out of maybe a separation. Maybe a divorce. Maybe whatever it is. So what's that causes you pain? Deal with it. Some pain may never go, but when you talk about it, then it ceases to have power over you. And it becomes a part of you because, believe it or not, it's part of you. But again, it's not dead weight. There is a tribe that ties the dead body over. Yes, ties the dead body. And then you have to drag that dead until it rots. For us, we shall bury. Yes. Okay, then the last and the most treacherous thief, lies. What lies are we believing that we have been told? You're not enough. Chinotoch sobola. What are those lies? And you know that the worst lies are the lies that we tell ourselves. I'm not enough. This I can't do. Me, I'm like this. I can't do it. So, lies. What lies have we believed? And all those are stemmed in our belief systems. They are stemmed in our experiences. You know, you experience something and then it informs it. You start telling yourself stories. And as women, we can tell ourselves stories. Eh? We tell ourselves stories and even make series. We make series, seasons. For me, one of the lies I used to tell myself, I even still struggle with that lie. And maybe that's why I'm still mubanonya. You know? That fear, the guilt, the shame. You know, they enter a saucepan and mix. And the more they mix, guess what? The more stories I tell myself, till somebody says, even at 44, you're still on that story. Yes, so what are those things that we need to sit down with ourselves after here? Because I don't want us to go and say, oh, we had a very good reunion, but did we say anything that actually will cause us to reflect? We started with this box as we introduced ourselves. We all have boxes in our lives. Okay? We all have boxes where we put things that signify something. So today we used the things in that box to introduce ourselves. But that same box, each of us has that box. What are those things that speak to you? What are those things that have been turning points in your life? What are those things that you'll never go back to? What are those mementos? What are those things that signify a period or a success, whatever it is? We should all have boxes to remind ourselves of where we've been and where we are and where we are going. And remember, the future is not promised. When Kathy died, I was so hurt. Yes, when Kathy died, I was so hurt because, who said that she's the one who told who about the reunion? Eve, isn't it? So you can imagine, she thought she was going to be here. So, those of us who are also, Kabito talks about health. Okay, yes. People talk about planning and financing. Okay, yes. But the future is not promised. The future is not promised. So we shouldn't live like the future is not there. But again, we have to celebrate today. You know, if we had all gone to see her, we thought she was going to leave. She was discharged from the hospital. We were excited. Then she passed away. Even Allen, I went to see Allen in hospital 3 days before she passed. And she was okay. She was improving. She sat and then only the phone call, Allen has, passed away. Yeah, so, tulia kusente zaffe. Yes. Let us balance, and then let us also talk to our children about the same. Because in our generation, we have children. Let me not say in our generation. Myself, I had this feeling, this sense of, okay, my parents are doing this for the children. I'm also going to do this for the children. But I saw my mother pass away before she enjoyed her money. And it gave me a lot of resentment. I said, why didn't she, Yes, so let us live. Let us live. We plan for tomorrow, but also enjoy today. The word for this speech is intentionality. Let us be intentional about whatever we are doing. Yeah. So, Esperanza, are you ready? You'll try. Okay. Okay, Esperanza doesn't want to use the microphone. So after Esperanza, we shall go and have games. We shall go to the field. I'm glad the shed is there. And we shall exercise. Yeah. All right, Esperanza.
did all, and that during that time it was very hectic. We were going under audit, and I had to be there. Now, whenever they would come to ask for something, I would get up, someone would come and greet me, sit me on a chair, answer, go back to sleep. That was in 2015. When it came to June, my little brother, Philip, I really know him, he was a student. Philip told me, you know what? These jobs come and go, but life doesn't come back. Do something about yourself. My job was amazing. Imagine working for the World Bank. The benefits were unbelievable. We would go out in the field because I would work with local government. We would go out in the field. We come back with lots of money. You don't know what to do with that money. Salary would come. I wouldn't even think of my salary. My kids were, let me take a little bit back. After India, I had just come back to Uganda. My sister passed away. The sister is followed. I had not bargained to become a mother, but just out of the overnight, like I had just come back a week before, my sister passed. She left us to be alone. And when she was on her deathbed, she told me to take care of my son. Now imagine you're a mother, you've not planned for it. I was about the high life, I would go out, have fun. I was thinking of motherhood. I became a mom. So during that time, then I had my daughter in 2011. Unfortunately, the father of my child passed away before I could get back. You know, storms were coming, one after another, one after another. I couldn't understand what was going on. One after another, storms were coming. Now in 2015, I'm battling cancer. I didn't know I had cancer, but I was battling something. I became so small, I became so dark. I was very dark. I would go to the bathroom to shower, and you do this under a lamp of hair. And you do this under a lamp of hair. I became bald. I didn't have eyebrows. I didn't have eyelashes. Even up to now, my eyelashes came. I think have taken some time to grow back. But in all of this, I used to fight for my job. I used to fight for my job. Guy is living with me. Today you're here, tomorrow you're born. Enjoy the time with your baby. Make time for that. You better have whether the gentlemen or the women. Please. Life is so short. So short. I've faced a lot of death, like it's too much. But if you live in a moment, you get to celebrate and share those memories with the ones you love. But I thank God, when I was at work, my boss now was worried because I was wasting away. He told me, you know what? Say we go for a checkup. Now most people thought I was HIV. They said counseling me. They're taking you to MACOS. What's that famous organization? TASO. My elder sister works in TASO. She's a counselor. She said, take me for session. And I was telling her, you know what? With the ministry, every 3 months, because you travel, you have to undergo what? HIV checkups. And I'm always negative. So after that time, my boss, our coordinator, told me, you know what? We have to go for a checkup. When I reached Mulago, I didn't know where to go. And one of the ladies we pray with at church works at Mulago. So she told me, you just go and sit at the private section. They'll take you to a doctor. Immediately, I walked through the door. The doctor looked at me. He broke down. It was a gentleman. When he looked at me, he told me, I know what you have. But for you to confirm, we're going to undergo tests. So when Eve was talking about her daughter having cancer of the throat, I was really touched because that's what I had. And it's one of those cancers that is not easily detected until it's too late. Unfortunately, mine came with a goiter. I was growing a goiter and I didn't know. So they did a biopsy and they told me that I had cancer and it had spread and it was spreading fast. So they had to take, we had to take serious action against it. That meant chemotherapy, radiation at the same time. Whatever treatment you know about cancer, I had to undergo it there and then. My mom is not here. I was alone. with a 2-year-old. My nephew didn't know what to do. You're in the house. That time was independent mothers. I don't need a maid. A maid just comes in. Da, 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 da. So it was just me and my 2-year-old. This affected her up to today. In that even if I'm just taking a nap resting, she'll be so worried. She'll come and ask me, Mommy, are you okay? Mommy, are you okay? Are you sick? Have you fallen sick again? Because whenever I would clear my throat, like that would be a clot of blood. Whenever I would sneeze like like you're sneezing normally, that would be blood. I don't know how many handkerchiefs I threw away. I couldn't carry my daughter. I was so weak. I was so fragile. I had to cook for my daughter. I would crawl to cook for her, just to go to like the cooker and cook. I would crawl. That is the life I was going through. But I thank God, amidst all this, there was a lady I used to pray with. I had taken all medication you can think of. Chemo is good, but chemo is not a cure. It's just something that helps you to try and live like a life, but the life is painful. It is so painful because chemo damages the other cells that could help you fight what you're going through. So I thank God there's a lady I pray with at church. So she told me, I was sleeping and this. I got what are they called? Vision. Yeah. And I'm supposed to mix this and give it to you. At first I was so skeptical. That was 2017. I was so skeptical. I was like, let me drink just because she has told me. Then this lady told me, why don't you drink? Sit down and drink this medicine. Drink as much as you can until. Now this is almost 3 years. I haven't gotten my periods. This is 3 years I have no hair. 3 years of scratching. I started scratching with a brush because I couldn't with my nails. My nails were weak. So I had to use a hairbrush. Do you know how hard and brittle those bristles are? That's what I used to scratch my body with. So she told me, you just take it. Take this medicine until you can feel you're fine. Out of joking, I started taking the medication. She would just cook stuff. I won't tell you she was cooking ginger or this. I don't know what she was cooking, but I just started taking and taking. I'll take 3 cups a day until this day, you guys. That's all I took. Herbal. I left all medication. I left medication in 2017. This is 2023. I'm cancer free. I started taking the medicine. I started taking herbal drink in June 2017. I went back for review because they told me to go for an operation to remove the nodes, the thyroid gland, and the nodes around here and here, because the cancer was spreading. And this operation, just for the doctor to touch you, she needs like 10 M. Now, I had sold everything in my house for life. I started processing my NSSF to help me with treatment. They refused to give me my NSSF. I sat down, I was crying, I was looking at my daughter, I was looking at my nephew, I call him my son, I was looking at my son. I reached an extent of drawing a will. I had a friend who is a lawyer. I told her, sit down, please take this. Take this, this is my will. I'm leaving a will because I know anytime I'm doing what, I'm passing away. But I started taking that lady's drink. It's coming to 5 years, I'm cancer free. Wow. I was supposed to have the operation January 20th, 2018. The lady who was supposed to operate on me, she's called Jen. She's from the north or the east. I've forgotten her surname. She's the only surgeon who can do the, whatever they call it, the thyroid surgery. In Uganda, she's the best, but she herself is battling cancer. I don't know if she's still alive, but at that time she was also battling cancer. I think she had cervical cancer or something like that. I reached the next, I didn't even go for when they called me to go for the preliminaries, like they take you through the tests and everything. You're supposed to do this and this, the aftercare. When they took me, now the lady was telling me, what are we operating? That you're supposed to be operating cancer. This lady has no cancer. Are you people joking? Do you know what cancer is? Now they took tests and tests and tests. They all came back negative. I don't know, God works in mysterious ways. That was in 2018 up to this day. That was 2018 up to this day. I've gone through tests, no cancer, nothing. I'm now battling with weight.
I want to lose the weight. Before my mom was like, and my mom didn't know, I hid it from my mom. I went through it. Kathy was just looking at my pictures and she was like, "Are you sure this is you? You were this small?" I was very small. I was very fragile. I couldn't get into a car. They had to carry me. I couldn't sit on a toilet. If you took me to the toilet, you would have to, if you went to Kampala, you had to come back, get me from the toilet because I wouldn't move from the toilet. You would find me seated there. When I walk in grace. When I walk in. I'm sorry I broke down earlier. I just lost my dad like a week ago. So it's a bit hard for me to talk. But every moment I have here, every moment. Next week is my birthday. I'm just like, I'm so grateful. And I'm so blessed. I met Kebi in the saloon. Kebi told me, "Are you on the MACOS forum?" I'm like, "No. Let me add you." She added me, but I wasn't active because we were with my dad in the hospital all the time. Then Lillian said she wanted, "God bless you. God bless you, my sister. God bless you." She calls, she always checks up on me. And another person who has stayed in my life, Respicious Kundawa. Kudos to you. He has always been there. He has always supported me. He has been a friend. He was my car crash in S1. But he was, yeah, we dated a bit in S1. We are going to declare our crashes. Yes. We dated a bit in S1. We would go to the field, hold hands. Anyway, yeah, we reconnected. The crashes. But is cake finished? Sebuguzi.
Ochimize. I'm just surprised Kabatangari is this other person I never knew. No. I used to do biology division with that one and Omega, I know. Anyway, I just wanted to, in a minute or two, just bring out something that happened to me that shaped a bit of how I view life now. I've always been into ministry from primary through secondary, university, and up to now. And I've always had aspirations. Someone called them visions. I've always had desires for something better. But one time, about 12 years ago, a friend of mine and myself went and started a ministry in Kampala here. And we thrived for a good 4-5 years. And in the 5th year, things began turning around. I discovered that my colleague had another agenda, which was not revealed to us in the beginning. And I began to distance myself. And that's one of my things. When I see that you are taking another course we never wanted to take in the beginning, I always draw back. And so 5 years down the line, when the agenda began to change, it became political, it became unsocial, it became too bad. I actually almost lost my life in that ministry, but I thank God I escaped. But what happened to me is when we finally had broken through, the guns turned against me. And literally, somebody said that she lost friends. I lost friends. I lost family. And the only person I had with me was my wife, God bless Stella, and our children. And for a big bit of time, I was labeled something you all know biblically, which is actually not true. Everybody elsewhere called me prodigal son, prodigal son, prodigal son. And that killed my esteem. So when you're talking about shame and guilt, I battled with it. And I think it's only been about 2 years that I realized it had a grip on me, and I began to fight it. So what really happened is that I found grace in God's, a word to walk back home. And I went to my dad and I said, you know what? I don't know if you think I made a mistake. I just think that I made a bad choice. He said, wow. I told him, I think I made a bad choice. But now I've made the right choice again. And also because I was always driven by passion, looking for opportunity, looking for relevance, looking for belonging, looking for family. But in that time, I learned what we're all being told here, to enjoy my life every day. Because for 5 years, I worked in Kampala, and there was a label on my head, murderer. Murderer, because my friend then told the public I had poisoned him. And at some point, the CMI was looking for me. I was a case, not just a police case, but I was a case, and my file was in the State House. Because somebody allegedly said I had poisoned him 3 times. Yeah. And he had never made a medical complaint or a police complaint or anything similar. Of course, he was saving his skin because he had gotten involved into some deals. And because I was the associate to him in ministry, I became the sacrifice. The sacrifice. So in my departure from that ministry and that establishment, which had so much of my sweat and time and prayer and effort, I walked in town, and everywhere I passed, I would say, Uyo omusi, Uyo omuwabutwa, Uyo omutemu, Uyo, everything you can imagine. Me, David Martin. But I just want to echo Grace's words. The day you overcome that shame, you will overcome everything else. I looked at myself and said, I'm even short. I'm even small. That was always, by the way, my shame. All my time. The reason why I've always been noisy in school everywhere, I was trying to overcome something. Overshadow something in me. You understand? So I found out the only way I could fight that was by being there. Try to be there. But when I went back home, I'd always feel, I don't belong to these people. Look at me, my size. Look at me, my... Until the day God told me, it is small boys that kill giants. Look at David, your namesake in the Bible. And I began to say, oh yeah, I'm a giant killer. But I battled with shame over things I had no control over. I battled with guilt over a lie. Until years later, when the wife of that person comes and said, oyo ye mulimba Eva buli amwawokanako amwayiriza ekintu juzi yagamba no Pastor Martin yamuwa obutwa and stuff like that. That's when finally people began to say, banange pastor wabulirawa kati nga tetukyakuwulira, because finally now the truth had come out. But sometimes the truth can seem to be late. But the truth is never late. The truth comes when it matters. So I'm just happy and glad that I've had people telling us to overcome that thing. It ate my life for about 6 years. But I thank God. Okay, Espe, I will need that contact because my wife had something similar, not a cancer though, but for a lot of years we've battled with some discomfort, like a goiter-like thing. We go to the NT and they say, we don't see anything, but it is swollen. And we've done medication, we've done nutrition, we've done Kavito's remedies, but I think now I have a reference to say, so, Chikoleko, thank you very much for that testimony. But to the rest of us, can we overcome what is in the past? Because you cannot change the past. You cannot look to the future. And I can guarantee us, after today, I think if we hold each other's hands and look out for each other, none of us should feel lonely. If I had you guys around me that time, I think I would have been stronger. But now I'm going to go back stronger than I came. I'm always strong anyway. But now I think as a preacher, I have learned more. I have more message to preach now because of the many things that have been said here. So I'm very grateful. I want to thank Nantongo. Eva. She's been looking for me, Pastor. Please come around. And I said, Simanyi, Pastor. Thank you for being insistent and consistent on pushing me around. I've enjoyed the day. I don't know if I should tell you, because I had one for every year in Makerere College. But, yeah. What if I said you were one of them? What would you do? What if I named you for senior too? What would you do? Of course, that was a joke. But you know, there's a guy called Edward Mazinga. He's not here. Why I said that is because he always told me, and I'm like, man, I'm just glad making friends. But I can tell you why. I grew up in a family that was disjointed. So I never had good family relations in the home. My dad was distant. My mom got Simomani. And I grew up with my mom now at Maka. Thank God. So I always had, disjointed family relationships in the house. So I always had to find a special friend. Not really that deep, but trying to learn the girl's life. Eran was a singer. The people I had close to me, girls in our years. Singer tebakiza mbere mukwano gwabe. Osanga sandi wasiza. Because I was shy. I was timid. I was not having enough esteem of myself. No. That is for another reunion. Wanji. No, but truly, for those of you online, we've missed you, but we're going to have this thing every year, I believe. God help us, and we have an establishment among us that can keep us here and here. And I think starting in the next couple of days, I'll be saying, if you don't close the group, I hope you don't close it. Yeah, I've been to such engagements. So once something is done, people are exiting, then the group is closed. So this one has to stay. I will definitely be posting at least a prayer every week. Yeah, because we need encouragement. We need encouragement. We need to know that someone cares, that God loves us. Continually hear those words. So I, not to pastor you, because you have pastors, but as a man of God in your midst, I'll volunteer myself to say every week at least I'll send a prayer, 1 minute. I'm a short prayer person, but they work. Wanji? No. So 2 names. Oh, come on. But they are not here. Doesn't matter. It matters. What if they're online and there's somebody's nigga? And what if my other one is online? Ate mwenze nawaso mukyala weeyo mu east kakati munange history yo ojogera mpola ojogera mbabo espo amango bitegera But anyway, no, I just love friends. People, thank you for being our friends those years. Please let us pick up the leaf and reignite the friendship meaningfully and move forward.
Thank you very much, Pastor.
Off the microphone.
Kale lwaki tewangamba? Ladies and gentlemen, I have another proposal. If we could all pay 82,000 for this function, this is my proposal. We can give ourselves a rest this month, June, then starting July, we can give ourselves, may God give us that time. Let us each contribute 400,000, even if it's in a period of how many months? Maybe 4 months, 100,000 a month. And then we carry our legs and go for this checkup that Mr. Kabito was talking about. You understand? And here your discount. Your discount of 400,000. Because in other hospitals, to have a fully body check is like from 600 above. So so this reunion had to happen, but let us be purposeful and intentional about our health. For me in 2011, I found out I was sick of something that I didn't even think I knew I was sick of. I'm thinking, if I hadn't checked, would I have ever known? So, I mean, why should I even check, But now age is telling me I should check. So, for me, I'm going to commit. And we know the situation in Uganda. Not all of us have well-paying. When you talk of 400,000 for health, you're like, when I have fees, when I have rent, when I have yaka, 400,000 is quite a lump sum. But it's encouraging that even in that state, we managed to contribute the 80,000. That's why I'm saying if we can sacrifice, because it's for our own good. We give ourselves 4 months, can even be 6 months. It's not by force or whatever. Or if you get the 400,000, just go and have that checkup. So let us live here today committed to going for a checkup, a full body checkup. You may find yourself, don't wait for symptoms like Esperanza. Don't wait for surprises like myself. Don't wait for, Yeah, so let's commit to go. And I'm not saying we go to him because he's given us a discount and we know he will give us the real deal. We go get our bodies checked, start on supplements or start on medication. I have a friend who I've been living with for the past 2 months in my house. I didn't even know that she was losing it, but she lost it. She's in hospital as we speak, mental health. Okay, I've talked too much. Is there somebody who wants to walk us through? Kebi, here you go.
So what do you want to hear about mental health? Because mental health, it's real. Mental health is real. One of the reasons why I got into mental health, I grew up in a family where I saw one of my cousins always came home because he had run away from home. He was walking up and down. He was not on medication, and it was it was stigmatized then. It is still stigmatized. What we forget, we think when we talk about mental health, we think it is here. It is body, soul, and mind. My mental health is as important as my physical health. Why is it so easy that if I have a problem on my body, it's easy to go see a doctor. It's easy to go check yourself in a hospital, and the doctor will tell you this and this and this and this, and you go quickly, you buy medication, you'll get medication and swallow. And yet something that affects the brain, the mind, the way people when you talk about mental health, it's not you see somebody who has gone, people say cuckoos or what. Your well-being, the way you're stressed, the stresses of life, they affect you. Your home environment, the way you're raising your children. It is part of me. It is not something that you pick from elsewhere and then bring it from somewhere else and you're talking about it. It's part of me. So when we get to understand that mental health is me, who I am, my well-being is important, and the way I face life is important, the way I'm living my life is important, you'll be able to work through certain things. When we talked about, I had somebody talking about emotions. I get angry, I get happy, I'm sad. That's who I am. I'm a human being. So accepting the fact that we are human beings, this is life. My body gets sick, just like my mind can get stressed. My mind can get sick. It's part of me. So be comfortable with working out. Grace has talked about the guilt, the shame. Be comfortable working out those things that seem to be hard to work through. The moment you start noticing is understanding that I have grief, I feel guilt, I feel shame, for example, and work through that. Not to avoid it, not to run away from it, not to think that's for other people. If I'm going through something, deal with it, work through it. If you need somebody to talk to, a professional, look for that person. Just like you would look for a doctor, look for that person. Because mental health is for people. It is not only for mentally ill people. It's for people. The other things we can always prepare something so that it's fully packaged, you understand, you get to know, not things where it is hurriedly. No, yeah. So we can plan and get a nice package on understanding mental health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kebi. Yes, and then also if you're living with people who have that problem, you have contacts, you can refer, and then I don't know whether we should also talk about Zoom meetings, because we may not always be able to meet. If we can list down topics of interest, even before we go to Kabito's place, there are certain things we just need to hear. So what are those topics that we can organize Zoom sessions and have them as this group? I feel emotional talking about mental spaces, because I think the stigma is too much, and yet it's with us. And now our children are in even a worse position because they seem more fragile. There is even a term now called malaise. What's malaise? You can't shout at a child. Little children are talking about, I'm depressed, and you're like, you're depressed, you didn't even go through what I went through. Yet they are also going through their own issues of, I don't know, by the way, let me make this a discussion. People, how did we survive? Elijah, how did you? Maybe for boys it's different. I don't know. How are you? Martin, you're my friend, so allow me to use this. You're a short man, you're a small man. How do you thrive? How do you survive with that? In school we had different social classes. How did we survive? Because today your child packs food, a snack, brings it back. Why? Because the rest packed what's this thing? No, chill those things. Those are for our days. They packed what are these? How did we survive? Julie? Okay, Julie, just use the microphone and pass it around. How did we survive?
I think the reason we survived is there was a certain innocence to us. We took things the way they were. We didn't overcomplicate. We didn't overthink. We were just us. If someone was your friend, they liked you as you were, who you were. I'll give an example. Banda was my friend, and many of my friends never understood our friendship because they would say, Banda is a rebel. How? And yet, 20 years later, sometimes he calls me and I'm going out, and he's like, but how did we change roles? Now you're the one going out and I'm the one at home. So we took each other the way we were. We were friends. It was genuine. We didn't complicate things. Someone has a nice shoe, so they're my friend. Someone is this. And I think that innocence is what we need to put in our children. If you're making friends, why are they your friend? Are they your friend because they have a cool haircut, or their father has a cool car? Or are they your friend because you genuinely just feel like they're your friend and they click you? Today, 20 years later, if I have to talk about something, I'll pick up phone and call Kavito. And I'll talk freely. Because I know that he knew me then, he knows me now, and always accepted me the way I am. And I think that's what we need to encourage our children to do.
I don't know much. But anyway, on a serious note, social media, all these influencers are quite different. So the kids of today, you can't equate them to us when we were kids. I think that we have to deal with it in a different way. For us, at that time, I would say most of us were, for lack of a better word, can I say, most of us were in like the same social class, if you like, There are a few people who were, with the parents had enough, but most of us, so it was okay. You not feel that so much pressure, generally. But now, now it's a bit different, as guys have, more people now have money and things. So now, and then there is the social media. It is very, very different. I don't know how to deal with it, but the pressures they feel are real, And the pressures are not only felt by the children, they are felt also by the parents. You find parents stressed. I need to buy new shoes for the kid. You look at, the parents are really stressed with these things. Some of them even more so than the children actually. They find them very, very stressed. Like, I need to do this for my child. I need to do. You see people here stressed making birthday parties. The person barely has money for other things, but they are saying, no, I must do the birthday party. So you can imagine the stress that parent is under to match the expectations. So it's, I don't have a solution, but it's not easy.
Personally, I don't know how even I survived. Went through college. I guess I was one of those quiet girls in there, just watching, observing, and that's how it is even up today. You survive. We all have different ways of survival, Some survive just as you said. Social media pushes you to an extreme. Others are just quiet and watching the space. Each day goes and another day comes. We've survived the day. So personally, it's strange that our children today are being exposed a lot. The other day, my child was telling me he wants an iPhone 15. And I'm like, I'm speaking of a 7-year-old. And I'm like, where did you get to know that even there is an iPhone 15? Okay? Personally, I don't even own one. So I told him, exactly. So I told him, okay, I'm hearing you. That's what I told him. We left the conversation. So you see the pressure is high. The schools that we take to our children, our schools then are different from the schools today. The exposure, digital exposure is too much. But it's the grace of God at the end of the day. And just as Irene said, I think it's how we raise a child. Maybe a prayer every morning, a prayer every night. You get to mingle with your child, try to create openness in a home so that this child doesn't hide something, though they will hide. They will hide. But openness, I think, also helps. But survival, it's God's grace. That's all I can say, I think.
No, I think that the times were definitely different. They're cocktail of issues. Then even the way, I think even the parenting, parents try to ensure that you would fit in the environment you are in. So even if they had a lot, they try to ensure that you had what was enough for you to fit into that society. They really tried, I think they really tried to have that. And then the schools also, the settings we went to were different. Once you walked into MACOS, for example, you were expected to be the same. You went to the same DH, you did all those things. But now you've had somebody talking about a child asking for iPhone 15. Another parent will actually buy it and let the child have it. So they are the cocktail of things. For us, we were the same. We were basically the same. And of course now, like Elijah has talked about the social media. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that comes through that makes it even more difficult. So it's a cocktail of things. I think it goes back to each parent trying to do their best within their means. Yeah, so it's basically that. And for me, lastly, it's something different. We've been able to come together after all this time, and I think now we need to start. We shouldn't wake up another 10 years later. I think now we need to ask ourselves, what is it that we can do for ourselves as a group to help each other, so that 20 years from now we can look back to this reunion and say, you know what, we thank God we had that reunion, because we have been able to achieve ABCD that reunion. One of the things that Eve, I think, has been so passionate about, I've seen her talk about it on the group. She has been talking about savings. Grace said she's going to, is it Grace or Julie said she's going to be 45 or something. Huh? so the truth of the matter is, it's going to become about more money and more money where we're heading. It's going to become about health and only health. So I really want to task the group. We have people who are already volunteering to help in these areas. Let's try to see what we can actually achieve, that we will take with us for the years that are yet to come. Thank you.
How did we survive? My thinking is, I think when we were younger, we actually knew ourselves. And I think that was the most important thing. You knew the home that you were coming from, and the school that you were actually going to, and what your parents were capable of. We kind of survived. I know, Makerere College, probably there were not many cliques in O level. But the school that I went to in A level, there were those cliques. Even in O level, people had those peer groups. People had classes, as in, there were those ones who were coming from rich families, and there were also those people who tried to fit into those other groups, which didn't happen I didn't see much of that. Even though, yes, there were people who were a bit more well off than others, but I believe we kind of knew ourselves, and we lived each of us lived in our lane. What you don't have, you borrow, or you do what, and we kind of survived and sailed through all level. Yeah, many people have talked about the things. I think the most important thing now is for the children that we are actually bringing up. There is a concern. I don't know whether other parents have gone through it, whether you doubt your parenting. At one point, you're wondering whether you're saying the right thing, whether you're doing the right thing, and all those, and you continuously question yourself. There's a lot the media is offering, and even other people have gone into the business of offering parenting classes or mentorship, and you're wondering where to take your child to. I think it gets down to what values that you hold as an individual, as a fellowship where you go to, and what you want to see in the child that you're actually bringing up. And also the mere fact, okay, at the back of my mind, in whatever I do, in whatever I think about, I have only one child, a 16-year-old. Live one day at a time. But then also, I also appreciate the fact that, and this one I even tell her, whichever choice that you make, you're not doing it for me, you're doing it for yourself. You make many choices when I am not there, but remember, you're doing them for yourself. Make sure in the friends that you choose, in whatever decision that you make, you're doing it for yourself, and it will benefit you, and it will help you in your future. I know parenting is not easy, but by God's grace, I think we can pull through.
Survival. I think we survived. If we didn't survive well, we wouldn't be here. And yes, we wouldn't be here if we didn't survive properly. For us, it was just, you there. You go to school, you disturb, you learn, you do all sorts of things, but you're there. Yes, of course, even as we had some feelers in school. Yeah, we had real feelers. I know of some girls who would never go for chagamba. Chagi. Chagi, the food. Kosho and beans. And then when you get to the hostel with your food, they want to test. Well, let me test. Is it nice? Eh? Because maybe they were ashamed. They were ashamed of going. There are those ones. There are those ones. But even those ones survived. So I think it was so much easier in our time. Sometimes I wonder how communication used to work. You write a letter, imagine, and wait for the communication 2 weeks later. And it was very easy to survive in our time. These people now, they have a lot of pressure. I don't know whether they can even have what we have here. Like so many years. Will they have friends? Do they have a legacy? Will they have a history? Don't you think about those things? Eh? The generation that we are raising. Will they have that? It is an unfortunate thing, eh? Because we don't live in a vacuum. You survive when you're with someone else. And maybe that is the intentionality we talk about, eh? That you raise your children intentionally. So I feel for them because I don't know whether they'll ever have what we have. It is special. I don't know what you think, but it is special what we have. The generation now, the parents even fear to let their children, big children, go and move by themselves. Take a taxi, they feel it is. Meanwhile, for us, we used to use them and we were okay. But now you feel if your child crossed a road, it is bad. So, for us, we survived because there was not so much pressure.
I will not repeat what they have said because I totally agree with why we survived. I mean, what they said. But what I would really add is we need to be intentional as parents. Instilling the values that our parents instilled in us. You see, our parents told us that, contentment is something that's important. So we went to school. I personally had a background. I lived in a community of flats with all sorts of class, like differences. You have those who were in the extremes, and you had those who were middle class, and then you had yourselves and your parents who
much more often is having a teaching moment. A child can come back home and they tell you about a situation at school that happened. It can be a teaching moment. I've had to, when they sit and they're talking and you're entering their space and hearing their world of what has happened in school, that is the time they are actually inviting you to be part of the conversation and talk, enter their space. I've learned to enter those spaces and we talk about things because I know out there in the world is so eager to teach your child their things about, we know what's going on, systems, beliefs, and all that. So if you're not intentional in teaching and grounding your girls and talking, having conversations that are hard, that we think are hard, and talking about life, talking about growth, even boys, who else is going to do that? People out there are willing to tell them things that are not, that benefit them. So if they don't hear it from you, the parent, I've learned, be intentional. So that one, I don't go around the bush. We talk, we share, and it's been helpful.
My second born is now in senior 5. We separated with the dad. So, like, I did counseling, the HIV counseling. I'm a counselor. I've counseled many youths. So, and I'm chatting with the dad and I'm like, do you talk about HIV with the boys? What? And it's like, I talk.
But you should also go there and talk to them. So they're in Namgongo. I went to Namgongo. Now I'm looking at this boy and I cannot bring up that topic. I swear I could not. I have cancelled so many youths, but I could not cancel my own son. I was just shivering. I could not even believe it. Yeah. How did I survive? Personally, I would say I really survived. I think the friends that were around me, basically, really, because I come from a polygamous family, so there are things that I used to go through, but I had friends. Sisi, I used to visit Majo's house. I mean, I would walk from Kanjocha Street to the flats. Then Sisi's home was everyone's home. So basically, I survived because of friends. Of course, also Lilian Sekiwano. She used to live Kamochaya. So, yeah, there are things I used to go through. Some of them I would talk to Carol Navire. I mean, it's sad that I'm not, heard from her for a very long time. I tried to trace her, but it hasn't been easy. But yeah, so maybe somebody should put her through in the group, and yeah, because I remember talking to Claire. I mean, I'll tell Claire, say hi to Carol. Carol says hi, that kind of thing. So I thought maybe she needed her space, and until I think I was blocked off Facebook. So I mean, I think I was hacked. So I've not been on Facebook for quite a very long time. I think about 5 years now. Yeah. Yeah. So just like everybody says, I'm a mother of boys. All are teenagers. And, most guys ask me, how do you, manage boys? These are teenage boys. One of them will soon make 18, next year. Another one is soon making 15. And the one of 15 is so hyper. Now, when he was joining S1, I don't know why I even thought of taking him to a strict school, but it's really, those who know, SMARC, it's a Catholic school, and I mean, there's that kind of discipline that they instill in kids. I don't know whether it's forcefully or it's, but somehow I see him toning down, but sometimes during the holidays, there are certain things he wants to do. He wants to go to the mall with his friends and all that. So, I mean, there's something they talk about that school. I don't know if it's true, because my other son has been there for 4 years. And when I ask him about, the gay issue, so many people are not open about it. But I've asked him about it, and he says the students themselves are against it. If they get to know, a boy is... there are some boys who have crushes on boys. So there's a word like I don't know what they call it. So when you're back home and you're thinking about all those things, it really scares. So, so for me, what I do is basically, I'm open about it, talk to them about it, the ills about it, and when somebody was talking about social classes, there it's very evident. The kids of the VP's son is there. Commissioners, ministers, MPs, and all that. But how do you talk to your son to not really fit in, but how do I call it? Yeah, survive in that kind of situation. We have that issue of pocket money. There are kids who go with 1M. Now for you, you're giving your son 300, and you're like, this is for the whole term. Yeah. Me, that's what I told them. This is for the whole term. And you know, yeah. Yes. Pocket money because they don't take Grab. Eh? Yeah, they don't take Grab. So basically, they're buying everything from Smack. Yeah. So, I mean, you sit down and budget with them. They'll always tell you, is it economy? So you find them spending maybe 5,000 a day, at most maybe 3,000. So imagine if you don't provide for your child. Eh? There are so many things that go on. And my son is in a class, and there's I think she's a former minister. Now, I think because she's Catholic, she's strict, she's all that. So what she does is, I think she doesn't provide. I mean, she can provide, but I think there's something that she wants to instill in this boy. So this boy is a business person, and you know what the business is? Washing your friends' clothes, ironing them, and doing all that kind of thing. Now, some of us as parents, we would despise that kind of thing, but this is a boy who is business minded, and I mean this kid will survive. Now imagine these other kids who, I mean, they don't want to wash, they don't want to do all that kind of thing, and in the world that we are going in, I mean, it's a tough one. I always also tell my sons about there's this gender thing. Women are taking over. I mean, you might not see it now, but it's coming. And I always tell my boys, you have to work even as twice as hard as, because there's an office that I was working in Lusaka. The director is a woman, the chiefs are all women. And I would say it was basically, I think it was 70-30. And I could see the pain in the men, I could see the pain they were going through. Remember, as women, we are going through, a certain kind of, there are so many things that women go through. So they will put it upon these men. And I mean, if you're in that kind of situation, there's nothing productive. You know that. So we need to talk to our kids. We need to instill in them, certain values. Talk to them about honesty, integrity. Talk to them about. Talk to them about all those issues, and let's, give focus to the boys. Yeah. You see, we've neglected boys. We've neglected boys, and we think boys can survive. But I think we need to really focus on the boys, because if we leave out the boys, then what are we, what are we heading to, So that's it from me.
I, for one, I think I survived because I was quiet. I'm sure many people didn't even know I existed in school. So I think that keeping that low profile helped me survive through. And just being focused on what brought me and knowing where I come from and how much my parents could afford, I think that kept me going.
How did we survive? I think it was mainly discipline. I joined Makerere College in Senior 3. I had been expelled from Chiburi. I was expelled from Chiburi in Senior 3. First term, first week, we went to Angenois. It was around the corner. So we got expelled. My dad came and applied college school, made a lot of noise, and they gave me a place. But much as we were naughty, we knew, or our parents were very intentional in how they raised us. You could go and be all naughty and stubborn, but at home, you knew what was required of you. So when I joined college school, my dad said to me, look, you're supposed to be in boarding school, so you can't stay at home. So I went to stay with my uncle in Kasubi. He was studying at the university as well. So we stayed in a muzigo. It was a one-bedroom muzigo that I used to come to school. And the fact that he did not say much, he simply told me that if you get expelled from college school, you won't get another school. I won't pay any more fees. So you go. Let's see. So much as we were naughty and all of that, we still knew that the discipline was required. Our parents were very intentional in that the way they demanded of us. So as parents, we need to be much more intentional. The kids will always be kids. I see parents, you go to a mall and the child is throwing a tantrum and no, he wants ice cream, the mother is running around to get the child ice cream. But that's a child. They are a child. You're the parent. So if you can't behave as a parent, don't expect much from that child. They will do or take advantage of the situation. When I was going to university, I went to university in South Africa. My dad said to me, okay, you're going to do pharmacy, it's a 4-year degree. I will be able to pay for 4 years. Should you repeat a year, that's on you. I will only pay 4. If you do 5, you'll find fees for the 5th year. I will not pay for it. All I expect from you is a degree. You must come back with a degree. If you don't bring a degree, you can stay in South Africa. So our parents were very intentional. They spoke to us and they didn't mince their words. They, I don't know, gave us open love, or the saying of, you know, when you throw the stick, you spoil the child, or whatever it was. As parents, we need to be that kind of intentional. If you feel your child has a talent in whatever it is, help them, talk to them, but don't over-pamper, I would say. Let's be intentional in disciplining them. You know, you go to a college school, you meet Banda, and, you know, it was a playfield for a lot of naughty stuff, but at the end of the day, we knew that you have to go back home. You have to take the report home. So when it came to school work, you did have to do the work. We were naughty, but at the same time, we were disciplined. There were limitations to our discipline, to our naughtiness. So it's the survival that we got from the parenting. There's no child that can survive on their own. The parent is key. If we fail as parents, that's the generation we're raising. If we're going to get on national TV, they ask you, how did you get the money to build that building? And you say, I sold goats. That's the kind of environment you're raising your children into. That, oh, you can sell goats and you buy UBC land. If that's possible, then that's the kind of environment the child will go through. So I think our parents were very intentional. They were tough love kind of parents. It's a different parenting environment we're facing right now, but we have to be intentional. That's been the word for all speakers from the beginning, that we have to be intentional on what we want our children to be or achieve or become. And we as parents have to help them to that. We have to have open dialogue. Sit, talk with your children. Understand what they're going through. Appreciate what they're saying. there was an article I was reading, and they were saying that most of us parents, your children will be talking to you and you're on the phone, or you're sending a message and you're not making that eye contact, but you're listening and you're saying yes, yes, yes. But you're having an informal conversation, and that's what the children are going to pick up, that's the conversation is had like that. I can face the other direction and talk to you. You know, would you speak to your father looking away? Would you speak to your mother looking away? Never. That's impossible. You couldn't even stare them in the eyes, but you had to look in their direction, but look away. But you had to be disciplined enough to learn that. So that's the kind of a discipline I think that we need to instill in our children. Society has changed so much. They have gadgets, they have this and that and the other. There is a lot of apps that I've seen that limit even time on gadgets. Earlier on, I think we were having a conversation about TVs and, you know, kids chasing us with TVs. My children have a time limit on their TV. On the TV, they know that from school, you have an hour to watch whatever it is, but that's it. After the hour, it's done. There's no, but the other program, but daddy, it's done. It's the discipline in the home that when they go out to boarding school, they're going to take that discipline. Most of us started boarding school in senior 1. We were still relatively very young. You could be easily influenced by the friends you met. But because we had the grounding from home, much as, Grace has been telling the experience of fewer boyfriends and all that, but that grounding came from home. Perhaps if you had more than 3, things could have turned out differently. But the grounding that you did not see then probably helped you survive what you couldn't. If you listen to the stories of the boys from what we had in college school, very, very different compared to what you guys had at girls. But that was a different time, different genders. Most of us didn't go to classes. We were always in the field, smoking in Lumumba Hall, but that was life then. But we survived because we knew that when it came to class, you had to pass to go to the next class, regardless of how naughty you were. So, but we had the grounding from home. Our parents grounded us in the way that you would appreciate it now that you have children. You're like, I have the discipline to do this because I used to see my dad do it. But then as a child, you would never appreciate it. So we need to be more intentional in how we raise them. What values are you instilling? We've all spoken, most people have spoken about the spiritual being. It's very critical. Whether you're religious or not, I think the spiritual element needs to come through for children to believe that there is a higher being beyond anything else. That spiritual being also keeps you grounded. It keeps you alive to humanity. The more intentional we are as parents, I think, the more we'll create the survivors in the generations. Things are changing so much that there's this thing called ChatGPT nowadays on the internet. You put in whatever you want, it will type for you a letter, it will write for you an essay, it will do anything. So by the time our children get to these levels, there will be no requirement to cram for exams anymore. So we have to know what their passions are. If your passion is in sports, let the child be a sports person. If they have a science background, they want to be doctors, push that angle. But let's not push all of them to be doctors because some will never get there. I think Pastor spoke about his degree that he has never used. We had no career guidance, but somehow we got to a level that we're doing things because we were taught to do things. Let's be more intentional to where is the child's passion. At some point in time, I think when we were growing up, they wanted us to all be in sciences because it was the thing. If you were in arts, it was like, oh, whatever. But let's be more intentional in that angle. Let's guide these children. What is it that the future holds? certain of these expired degrees that we have, are they going to be relevant coming in the future? When we studied Zwange and Daba back in them days, are they still studying the same? I don't know, but if you started off at home, your experiences as parents, your experiences in the work field, and you talk to your children about that, and you be more disciplined in that way, I think they will survive, and that's how we survived. Thanks.
Let me interrupt you. Yes, Richard Sewava says we survived due to very tough or strong school and social structures. We also looked up to some community or school models. I remember Mr. Sempa and Mr. Katongole's clerk shoe. Then the staff room invitation sent goose pimples. We had stronger church and mosque entities. Dorothy says, I totally agree. Mukama yebale tubi kako kasubi. Richard responds to Avawala. Dorothy, well said, Julie, our innocence was paramount. Annette Nakabiri, our times, it also took a village to raise a child. These days, you try to advise or direct someone's child, you will see fire. Dorothy Nakawesi, Banange Nkusi is now a man, dude, was in red but shy. I can even count the times he talked to me while looking at me in the eyes. Kale, we have grown. And Annette agrees with the one who said that it took a village to raise a child. Annette says, as soon as Banda holds the mic, people die. Dude has a brand from long ago. Nostalgic indeed. Steve, where is Steve? Steve Oliwa, Julie is asking. Artificial intelligence is also taking over. Primrose is saying it's important for the new generation to learn skills that cannot be replicated by machines. So I got a gig to write stories for a cohort that was graduating on Saturday, and a friend came and I was telling him, I'm stressed, these stories I have to. He said, no. So he said he copied a caption and put it in. This one was something else. You put the article wrote better than me. I mean, the AI, is it artificial intelligence? I read the article, I said, what? You mean this can happen? Yeah, so artificial intelligence indeed. Dorothy says, what's happening in, oh, okay. She was saying her link was off. Is it Pam with the mic? Becca on mic? Okay, you might have to refresh. Primrose says, be intentional with your children. Elijah says, you're lucky you're in outside countries because Elijah is threatening. Okay, so we are going to go through, we are remaining, how many of us haven't spoken? Then we shall go for games because it's coming to 7. Should we go for the games? Okay, but I think we've all got the point. Yeah, let's be intentional. Okay, I'm going to hand over to Julie.
Yes, so we are going to have 2 games. 2 games. So we'll tie balloons. It's going to be physical, right? So we'll tie balloons on our feet. Okay? Then we'll tie balloons on our feet. So the last 2 people who will, do they call it busting? Yeah? Yeah, will be the winners. I mean, the last 2 who will have their balloons are the winners. So you have to keep, running around, to bust as many balloons as you can. Okay? Then the second one. Why are people running away? Okay. Then the second game is we shall, group ourselves in 2. And I'll read out about 5 numbers. Then you'll have to arrange yourselves according to the numbers. The first guys who will, arrange themselves on the numbers that I've mentioned will be the winners, right? Did you get that? Now, we'll group ourselves. 2 groups. We'll have 2 groups. So we'll mention about 5 numbers. So as your group, you will have to arrange yourselves according to the number that I've mentioned. For example, if I say 10,578, you have to arrange yourselves as 10,000, in that kind of arrangement. So whoever does that, whichever group does that first are the winners, right? Yeah. So, yeah. Which one do you start with? All of them are physical, right? Yeah. So we start with numbers. So how do we group ourselves? We group ourselves in 2 or 2. Yeah, we'll go down, where there's more space.
When I dance, they call me Macarena, and the boys they say que soy buena. They all want me, they can't have me, so they all come and dance beside me. Move with me, chant with me, and if you're good, I'll take you home with me. Move with me, chant with me, and if you're good, I'll take you home with me.
Bala tu cuerpo, alegría, Macarena, Macarena. Bala tu cuerpo, alegría, Macarena, que tu cuerpo es para dar la alegría y cosas buenas. Bala tu cuerpo, alegría, Macarena, Macarena.
Now don't you worry about my boyfriend, the boy whose name is Vitorino. I don't want him, couldn't stand him, he was no good, so Now, come on, what was I supposed to do? He was out of town, and his 2 friends were so fine.
Bala tu cuerpo, alegría, Macarena, que tu cuerpo es para dar la alegría y cosas buenas. Bala tu cuerpo, alegría, Macarena, Macarena. Bala tu cuerpo, alegría, Macarena, que tu cuerpo es para dar la alegría y cosas buenas. Bala tu cuerpo, alegría, Macarena, Macarena.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we get organized? Ladies and gentlemen,
Bala tu cuerpo, alegría, Macarena, que tu cuerpo es para dar la alegría y cosas buenas. Bala tu cuerpo, alegría, Macarena, Macarena.
DJ, thank you. Where are the reds? The blues? Got the blues. Are not yet complete. Bazo kwenye gari. Peter, come on, we go. Which numbers are we excluding? Number one. Who has number one? The blue and red. Number two for each group. Blue, number 2, 3, 4, 5. There is no 5 in 6. Give me 8 and 7. Who has 6? Who is number 5? Blue, number 5. Blue. 6. 6. 6. 7. There is no 7 in. Get it. 8. Julie Jangu tubere fena. 8. We are going to stop at 7, eh? She's suggesting we do all the numbers up to 0. Someone who can hold two numbers. But it won't. It will be tough, yeah. Let's just stop at 7. Sorry. We are starting. The first number to be organized is 34,721. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Read out. The first one goes to the Reds. Talking. You were talking. No, 34,700.
Okay, we go for the second. Please, we are going for the second. 17,654. Blue, 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 apart, together. It goes to the reds. Red 2, blue, not yet on board. Third number. Are we ready? Blue, are you ready? $62,355.51. This one goes to blue. Blue one, red 2. Siva bide. Okay, the next number. 74623. This one goes to red. Red was first. Okay, it was a tie. Okay, tusangule weyo. Okay. I'm reading. 12743. Blue. When you're done, when your group is done, you yell done. Okay? Six, 2, 3, 5, 1. Blue was first. The second last number is, now that is 3, 3. The second last number. 7, 4, 3, 2, 1. What's the first? The final number is, the final number 263471.
Look at in that dress, girl, you dangerous like a gun. Give them.
It's a tie.
Your love is a killer. She in a relay. The craziest thing is she don't know how beautiful she is every day. Look at in that dress, girl, you dangerous like a gun. Give them nothing less. Girl, you murder everyone. Your love is a killer. Your love is a killer. Yeah, look at. Oh no 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 no. You murder the dirt. Oh no 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 no. You murder the dirt. Oh no 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 no. You murder the dirt.
I ask her, what do you want from the bank? I just come from the bank, and I got money to throw it. So everybody, oh yeah, oh it. Rockin' that body, rockin' that body, rockin' that body for me. Keep rockin' that body for me. Here I go,
oh here I go. It's time to show me your love. Open the door. I'll leave you begging for more. Oh my baby, carry me like your baby. I don't know what you did to me, but I'll never leave. I'll be your Eminado, Eminado. The one and only Eminado, Eminado. I'll be your African Bobby, Eminado, Eminado. Okay.
Move your body out on the floor. Put your troubles aside. Start living. Anybody can let go. Throw away all your problems, 'cause right now it's party time. Girl, don't feel out of place, 'cause I'm in love with this feeling now. I hope that this will last a while. We should make it last a while. You like to drink, so do we. Get more bottles, bring them to me. Hold your glasses up, people everywhere. Now everybody put your hands in the air, say yeah, yeah, yeah. Girl, I wanna, yeah, yeah, yeah. I wanna see you tonight, yeah, yeah, yeah. Girl, I gotta, yeah, yeah, yeah. I gotta see you tonight. Let me see your hands.
You're a good soldier, choosing your battle. Pick yourself up and dust yourself off and back in the saddle. You're on the front line, everyone's watching. You know it's serious, we're getting closer, this isn't over. The pressure's on, you feel it, but you got it all, believe it. When you fall, get up, oh, and if you fall, get up, Tamina, sangalewa. 'Cause this is Africa.